not.
Get it while it's hot.
Oh, I dream just to be where you are, in a world I can see where you are, though you are meant to be. Wish you're here next to me, where you dream just to be where you are, in a world I can see where you are, though you are meant to be. Wish you're here next to me, where you are, where you
Hello there everybody and welcome in for today. We are in, thankfully, with the first ever iteration of RLCS 1v1 for MENA. Today is the Swiss stage, brought to you by myself, Ground Zero, alongside in collaboration with Redirect GG. That of course is going to be involving my good friends Has a Production, bringing you an amazing and beautiful stream as always. And joining me in the booth is Sir Pegasus for the first ever English broadcast for the MENA side. How are you doing today, Sir Pig?
Feeling very good, especially because it's a 1v1 day for Middle East North Africa. This is the main region for the 1v1s. My expectations are at an all-time high for all of these teams competing in the Swiss, and well, we've got ourselves some absolute bangers lined up with this talent pool.
Of course we do. We've already got the likes of Rawas, Turk, Nush, FBI, Khajij, Ops, Willy, Dark, Nemo, Dr. Known, Afsol, Swiss, Tasalum, Bang, Doom, everyone, you name it, Tex, Warden, Radda. This is a pool full of amazingly talented people that are going to be playing in for the Swiss stage for the top 32. Right now we're looking at Group A, and already we got a banger start with Nubo and Nush here. Then we got Matar versus FBI, Khajij versus Ops, Willy versus Viziz, I believe, and Dark versus Nemo. Definitely one of the more known names when it comes to RLCS alongside Ranked Demon. Dr. Known, of course, made his name on Fear Stream. F-Sol, of course, the very same. Swizx, Alam, Bang, and then we got Rumi. So, Pig, we already got Pool A, Group A. This is a stacked lineup of individual players.
Really is, and I'm interested actually how Nush even got into the lower bracket. The fact that he's playing Nobu, who is without a doubt the first seed on this side of the group, sets up a very interesting opening match on that side of the Swiss. However, over in Group B, somehow we have found a matchup that not only matches it, but exceeds it. Rawas versus TRK as the first lineup here for Group B.
My God, that is a very, very funny story for how that came to be. Isn't that right, Sir Pig?
Yeah, it really is. TRK, I believe, was playing a show match versus Ahmad and then forgot to check in time, which led to him getting DQ'd to that lower bracket. Of course, they were able to make their way over into this Swiss stage, and being by far the highest seeded player to go into that lower bracket, of course he was given seed 9. He was going to be given one of Nobu and Rawas, and with the Group B selection, that puts him against Rawas, which, as much as they are teammates in, of course, all of the international events that are going on at the moment, they've also been fierce rivals during the actual RLCS season.
Yes, exactly. Now, these two have had a very, very, I wouldn't say bitter rivalry. It's been a sweet rivalry because not only being friends with how close the community has been, but at the same time, whenever you don a different jersey, and we've seen the historical name that TRK brings, but for Watts here, definitely someone who's overtaken him quite a bit, especially when his move to Falcons and the dropping of TRK in comparison. So I wouldn't say there's any bitter feelings in that case, but when you're facing off against each other in a lobbies like this, you just can't help but want to prove that, especially for TRK's side, that decision was and could have been possibly a mistake, because TRK, he's still at a very consistent level even in Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I mean, we were looking before this stream even went live at how old CRK is, because it feels like he has been in this scene forever now. In my humble opinion, he is the greatest Saudi Arabian player to have ever existed. I think he's only 20 years old, Ground Zero, especially at a time in Rocket League where players are lasting a lot longer than the big 2-0 mark.
Yeah, it's amazing to see how much the boundaries have been pushed in quite some time, especially with the recent newcomers to the scene here who still need some tempering. They still need some time to develop themselves here. So you just can't help but love the the golden age of Rocket League, which still has a lot of those very golden age era players, and TRK being one of them. So I'm still amazed. It's still amazing to see how consistent these players have been and still continue to make a name for themselves. Their fan base, of course, every single time. I would say even cultish-like activities with how how much behind their names they get, because the second TRK switched from Falcons, it felt like Twisted Minds got such an upheaval of support ever since then. And to be fair, he has been doing very, very well for themselves. But we can't forget everybody else in Group B. We've talked so long about Rawas and TRK. We also got some pretty good other names as well. We got Death, Truk is someone on Stallions here who's been making a name for themselves. Stallions getting some very, very good results recently for RLCS qualifiers and 3v3, so maybe some new upcomers, maybe even some dark horses. But Tex, definitely someone I've casted before. He's hopped on a show match for me versus Kamal's, who is a Turkish FIFA E representative player, and that man took Kamal's to the ringer. Now, I would say, like, it was like watching laundry getting absolutely folded there, because there was no way Kamal's was able to face off. And this kid is 15 years old, mind you, and he's playing against the likes of Abjack, Nush, Dr. Known, and I've had him play versus Dr. Known Nush as well. And though it was the opposite in this case, he got a little bit of taste of his own medicine here. He is still an incredibly threatening player, and I definitely feel like one of the more newer hopes for the Rocket League scene in MENA, and definitely someone to put a spotlight on as well. I think he's definitely going to be looking to improve himself and showcase the best of his skills. But we also got Mohammed from RA Esports. I was thankfully privy enough to, or it was a great privilege to meet the owner of RA Esports over there at the Paris Major when I was gone 2 weeks ago. So that was a fantastic opportunity. I got to meet Mohammed, and he is incredible talent. Very, very great, very sweet kid, very amazing person to have met there. And it was even weirder being known at the fact that these people know me. It was just a very lightning, hard lightning experience there. But coming in already, sports, they've been making a name for themselves as well. They have been doing so good with just coming onto the scene fresh from PUBG and then getting so much talk there. They've really made a name for themselves and really pushed their content out. So already sports, a new org that definitely has my support, and Mohammed being the very same case, I think he'd go very, very far. But there's always the one problem with 1v1s, and in this case for Saudi, a little bit of criticism, because the problem when it comes down to it is speed. Now these people over here, these players, it's special to the way that they play. They have developed a whole culture around the way that they operate their RLCS in 3v3, in 2v2, in 1v1s, and they still do get outclassed in some certain cases here. That's more to come down to decision making. But I think now with local ping, I'm hoping to see a little bit of a different level, not where we're seeing cross-continental games like Okada back in the day playing against an NA and playing EU and doing so much more than what we've seen, really putting MENA on the map here. And now that these players have developed themselves to the level they are right now, I think we're going to continue to see some great things. But right now for today, Rawas versus TRK, the first game that we're going to be delighted to be casting here for the first one. There isn't that right, Sir Pig? We're basically already casting the finals if you think about it.
Absolutely no surprises here whatsoever for the matchup. We have picked, of course, there's the one and only TRK taking on Rawas. These two competed as recently as the MENA 2v2 event, with each side clashing against each other in that finals. Rawas ended up coming out on top in that particular instance, but over here in MENA, of course, with that rich 1v1 history comes a bit of a newly birthed RLCS history, with 2025 being that first installment. Neither one of these players could call themselves champions. Rawas made that grand final to qualify for Worlds, wasn't quite able to beat out Nobu. As for TRK, it was a top 16 finish in the qualifier.
Yeah, top 16, and wow, you can definitely tell that these players here already, especially with the very, very funny circumstances surrounding why this game is already happening for the first one, that we are in for a very, very spicy matchup. Now, we have, thankfully, a best of 5. Though it's not a best of 7, I would have loved to seen more of this series itself. But nonetheless, I think we have been, very delighted for a sweet opportunity like this to showcase some of the best talent that the Saudis do have for themselves. Now, it's a bit more diversified, but in this case, you just can't help but love to go back to the bases in TRK versus Rawas here. This is an immovable force versus an immovable object.
Well, unless you forget to check in, of course. That has been the main stickling points to send good old TRK into the lower brackets. And this is your punishment. Now you have to play Rawas round 1 of the Swiss. Someone in that 0-1 bracket is going to be left very, very disappointed to have to play one of these two. And like you said, I would love to see this in a best of 7, but something tells me down the line that that is going to be the case no matter what. We still have a maximum of 5 rounds of Swiss for these two players. Of course, we are going to be covering all those 5 rounds. But in EU Ground Zero, they had to play more games before their Swiss stage because of the vast amount of sign-ups. MENA also had an influx of signs, but not quite to that level.
No, not quite to that level, though. But I don't think we're going to be bereft of any moment where we're not going to see some great plays happening right now. For this one especially, TRK versus Rawas. Now, Rawas credited as one of the best defenders in the world right now, and still to this day, the player that dethroned the prime of Zen, a man who was on an audacious win streak here, and he was kicked off his high horse, off of his throne, decrowned by this very player here. So now we're gonna see, does TRK stack up to that level in 1v1s? We've seen him in 3v3s. We've seen how good individually he can make some very, very good on the spot decisions. So will it be equal to what we've already seen for 1v1s in comparison? Because 3v3 versus 1v1, it's a whole different ball game. It's a whole different play to Steven Sir Pig. And the problem that comes down to a lot of players that can convert their 3v3 into 1v1s and vice versa simply comes down to decision making and on the spot speed. Now speed is what I would say this is an area, this is a region has a ton of. There is no way in any case we're not going to see some you know, amazing snappy plays that are happening. So I would say it just comes down to what's going to happen in the lobby itself. We got 5 minutes plus to watch here, maybe even see the first OT, and we're checked in as well. They're good news, everybody. TRK, Rawas have finally decided to check in. They're not going to commit to the same mistake again, isn't that right, Sir Pig?
No, absolutely not. Good to see that these players are all going to be in the lobby very, very soon. Like I said, the RLCS 1v1 scene is rather young. For a long time, this was completely ran by the community. In fact, part of that community is the reason MENA is even a recognized region in the first place for the RLCS. But let's take that trip down memory lane, Ground Zero. So RLCS 2025.
Wow.
I mentioned TRK going out in the top 16. In fact, Lois, he did lose in a game 5 to Nush. However, do you want to have a guess as to who he lost to in game 5 in the upper brackets?
Oh, that's a good question. I actually don't recall that far back yet. Tell us, please do tell us there.
It's as if the script writers were feeling lazy. It was Rawas in that upper round 1. TRK versus Rawas knocked him down to Lois in a game 5, and then Nush is a really hard draw there for TRK to have to face against. In fact, when you actually look back at those results, Nush was a top 4 finish, and of course Rawas was in that grand finals. So that is a bit of a brutal matchup that they had there in the GSL for TRK. And again, his seeding, his bracket is completely ruined, but that was off his own accord. And that show match, which was pretty unfortunate. Good to see that some people also remember that recent matchup, that matchup as well from 2025, and rumor has it was a very, very good game, GZ. So I'm hoping that this one will be as well.
Yes, I'm down to see the final game. I'm down to see game 5 overtime. That is my hope. That is my prayer. And I'm definitely praying to God that we get a series like that for the fresh start here. I would think that would definitely elevate to us to a level where it's going to be very hard for us to find something that could equally satisfy a game where we start off with dessert here in this case. And oh my God, is it going to be a sweet matchup as it is here right now. So, well, we got time until then. We do have some unfortunate news. There is some lagging. There's some internet issues that are still occurring right now. And we will see as time goes by whenever we can fix it as soon as possible for y'all. But right now we do have some time to kill until then. So predictions right now, Sir Pegasus. I think that is the right questioning running through everyone's mind. What do they think that we, or who do we feel might win between these two? Will it be Rawas or will it be TRK?
And I know that there is potential for predictions to crop up in any chats you're in, specifically Ground Zeroes and the Redirect Esports one as well. But I'll get us started. I'll make the tough call. I'm going to go for game 5, of course, because I just feel like we're due that to start off this stream. And I am going to go for Rawas. For me, he is the one specialist out of the two of them. He has that history of results going his way. And as much as I want to go for who I see as the GOAT of MENA, this is Rawas' stomping ground.
As I've already credited him, I've given him so much praise there previously. Rawas, the man who has managed to outdo the very player I feel is beyond everybody, and that is Zen. Beat the prime of Zen just as he was on the rise prior to his signing to Vitality. And it's Rawas, and it definitely has to be Rawas. And as you said, his stomping ground, I think we're going to see something like that. Even though it might be a game 5, it might just still go all in favor for Rawas here. So I believe we are getting this game started as well there, Sir Pegasus.
Yeah, well, some players joined the lobby and then they immediately left. So there's going to be some more delays yet again, unfortunately. Look, we want this matchup as soon as possible. This would absolutely spoil us to get it underway. But yeah, unfortunately, sometimes there can be some difficulties, especially on these days where we don't have match admins. Typically, you wouldn't get a stream like this during the Swiss stage. On very rare few occasions, you can get it in the GSL, especially in emerging regions. That is not usually the case, but we have got word that it's the players trying to look for the perfect server. So can't complain too much about this one at Ground Zero. If we're going to have the two arguably best players to even clash in this round one play, let's let it go down to specifically that gameplay. We're going to look at the groups yet again. Now, I just want to throw out a mention here to Sultan, a player I've seen actually compete over in APAC. So shout out to him.
Yes, sir. Sultan, I think, could definitely be someone to watch out for. Even with Clears being his level, you know, though he does get outshined in certain circumstances too. Rowas being one of the best defenders, but Tikir is someone very interesting, and I'm definitely excited to see. Warden versus Truk is another series I'm ecstatic to observe as well. These are definitely talents, of course, but Fahad, a very, very interesting name. I managed to meet him as well in the midst of, I believe it was VFBI who introduced me to Fahad for a show match as well. So against him and Tex is definitely going to be a very interesting story. They're just all interesting storylines, and we're glad to see that happen after 2 days of qualifiers all the way to Swiss stage as well. Is that right there, Sir Pig?
I mean, the history of MENA just continues to get richer and richer as time goes on. It's great to sit at a spot where this isn't the new region anymore. They've been here for quite some time. They've planted their seeds in international events, and they've grown to become an excellent region with many more talents rising up, as you alluded to a little bit earlier. But also on Sultan and Mohammed, I just want to note, I believe they might be our only non-Saudi Arabians in both of the groups. So that reputation and just that flash of color is really refreshing to see.
Flag there, but yeah, we got a Kuwaiti, and I believe we got an Omani player as well, and there has been some introductions with the Omani region recently as well for RLCS and alongside the ENC, of which I am part of. But when it comes down to it, Sultan definitely getting overshined here by you know, Lion X. That's Peter there, that's his name, just couldn't see it from how small that is. But yes, as you mentioned there, Warden and Radda is definitely someone who's been on the rise on TikTok recently. If you guys have been watching, he's very, very popular right now, so he's gonna have a lot of fan favorites there on their side. But Warden definitely not one to be underestimated as well.
Yeah, it's great to see as well that the community has been built very nicely for the MENA region as well. We've got so many fantastic content creators, and that extends to not just the players as well. Everyone has been contributing to this scene very, very nicely. And don't know about you, I do like to tune in to the odd Twisted Minds or Falcons content as well. They've been pretty consistent with that, giving it English subtitles as well for my British brain to be able to comprehend it. And there actually isn't many organizations that are doing it like them at the moment. But this isn't about orgs, this is about individuals, and especially in this playlist, this is the Middle East stomping ground outside of, you know, the very obvious Morksey in EU. If it wasn't for Morksey, we would have had we would have another definitive Saudi Arabian champion, I can almost guarantee.
Yeah, I wouldn't be disagreeable to that opinion. Definitely someone who's put the 1v1 playlist on the map has been someone that deserves the greatest credits, has been Moxie. But the one to dethrone him, funnily enough, is the very player who's playing in it right now. That's Nubo. And I think equally so, if we watch that closely, Nubo is definitely at a very different level. But I think Moxie has been improving himself as time has gone on by ever since. I watched him versus Ostaf, I watched him versus, let's say, Raziers, and this man has been continuously grinding to make not only 1v1s a sufficient name and a playlist in Rocket League for the casual viewer, but also at the same time developing such a culture about people like, you know, like Johnny Boy, Fear. These people also highlight alongside myself, who've been trying our best to make sure that 1v1s deserves the love that it is getting recently. It is very, very difficult to make 1v1 interesting sometimes. That's the only problem, because it can get unentertaining. It can be a lot boring for some people. So that's one of the big problems that makes 1v1 so hard. So the highlights are definitely something people will be watching out for. But thankfully, not only do we have EU qualifiers that are happening still right now, we also have SSA. We also, as we do right now, we're be casting MENA here. So this is all happening around the world as we speak. And it ain't just us. We want to give some credit, as you said, to the individuals. Let's give some love to Greybeard. Let's give some love to Ahmad, Senzo, Raven, Locus, all of these individual MENA streamers that are right now just highlighting, doing so well. Want to give you a shout out, equally do just shout outs to the boys there on that side. So, well, we're gonna see. I see some very, very funny stuff happening in the chat there. I've been checking out Ahmed's stream, and it's just that it is a hoot what's happening right now, just to set up the first game, and they're all just enticed for, isn't that right, Sir Pig?
Yeah, we're 12 minutes past check-in opening. Of course, this was scheduled to start on the hour, but hey, the arguably the biggest match of the entire Swiss stage, and I'm not just talking about round one, I'm talking about overall, did deserve as big of an introduction as we could possibly give it. But we're starting to push that time a little bit now, so if they can find those servers, I definitely would like to see it. But I mean, this just speaks to the pedigree of these players and the audience that they bring. That, you know, we do have so many people over here in chat that are willing to make this wait. They know that it's going to be worth it once we get into this series and that best of 5 can begin. I frankly have no clue whether this is going to be done in 3 or in 5. Of course, my prediction said 5, but that was more hopeful than anything. When we look at these two players, especially when we look at Rawas, you know that the potential is there to just have that complete peak and look untouchable.
Yeah, Rawas is someone who's very capable of that caliber, where he looks just unbeatable every single time. But I think we're undoubtedly underestimating sometimes TRK as well. Though it might not be his game mode exactly, I feel there is moments that TRK can really outtake Rawas, and that's his undoubtable control on the ball. He is someone who loves to keep the ball close as possible. He is someone who loves to control the pace and the flow of the game, something Rawas is, of course, very good at. But I think he gets himself too much pressured on the line, forces himself into awkward positions to defend that, which has nonetheless given us surmountable content when it comes to save and his capabilities as a defender on the line. But if TRK winds him down enough, I think Rawas could lose it. Could, and that's a very, very big could here. And I'm putting some good, very heavy enunciation on that part there. So when it comes down to it, we can speak a lot about predictions. We can speak a lot about the capabilities of the players. But what matters most than anything else right now is waiting for that lobby to finally kick start.
You speak about Rawas and how sometimes he gets himself penned into his goal line a bit too often. I don't know about you, but that's exactly what I want to see. I mean, that's what he's made his entire name from. How consistent that defense is. You're going to throw the most world-class shots towards him, and he will still find a way to keep it out and land these counter-attacks. I do want to see TRK pile on as much pressure as possible, because when you're talking about offensive threats, who else but TRK? Maybe Nobu, but who else but TRK? When you're looking at the defense, of course, there is Wawas, but I do think he's a bit more two-sided than people give him credit for as well. Offensively, he is extremely creative. Your defense doesn't get that good unless your mechanics are purely on point, because if you make a mistake in the defense, that's the ball in the back of your net, that's the game gone, that's potentially the series as well. But yeah, we are still hearing that they keep server hopping. I wonder what is going to cause them to settle.
This is typical. This is very typical because of the inconsistencies of the servers there. These players have fine-tune themselves to try and find the best servers every single time. And mind you, I've had experience looking at this situation, having us actually cast for Al-Qadsiya last year with Dr. Known, and I believe it was Nush there as teammates with Tox as their third man. So when it comes down to it, this is something that's not like too out of cliche, too stereotypical to be saying here in this case, but this is just very typical of MENA trying to find the best servers. Well, to be fair, if you want the best game, you gotta have equally make sure all the factors are neutralized as best as possible.
Well, there are other great matches happening at the moment, so let's take a look at them over at Group A. We had a little bit of a Group B highlight, of course, because that is where we want to watch our next matchup. But I'm looking at the likes of course, Nobu versus Nush as that first matchup. That's always going to be a pretty big fight, and you're going to help me with this pronunciation there. That first Dr. Known match, I have seen both of those players before. I expect that one to be a classic to get us started as well.
That's all. Yes, he's definitely someone, an older name in the Rocket League MENA side, and I have to say someone who gets underestimated. But actually, he was someone on Fierce channel prior to a lot of other names as well that we're seeing right now at this case, and he was a big threat. A lot older now, so he might have lost a little bit of his sharpness. He might be a little bit dulled in comparison, but in comparison to, I would say, especially of course Dr. Known, he is as sharp as ever. I swear to God, it feels like he looks unstoppable anytime he has the ball. And we're seeing a current trend with a lot of the RLCS players here that their presets are going to look very funky.
Ooh, okay. You've set that up now. My eyes are going to be peeled for the rest of the day. And if I don't see any funky car designs, I'm going to be very disappointed in you, Ground Zero. If this is just MENA Phoenix, I am going to feel scammed. You set that expectation now.
Oh, no, don't worry. Nush is definitely someone who loves to do those. And right now, I think we're nearing down soon enough as well. But welcome in, everybody. We've kind of been ignoring the chat a little bit, but every now and then just glancing at everybody here. So welcome in Snipes, welcome in Lilin, welcome in Kegsy, Legend, Azog, Raids, of course, who is actually one of the observers here to help us out for today. But alongside Erna Rail, Dizix, we also got some follows. Iyad Al-Sabi, welcome in, guys. We're background noise occasion, I think, from Ground Zero. I think you might be hearing my fan. I'll turn that off right now. I want to cool down. just like how the players are chill as ice, I want to make sure I was equally mentally chilled for this right now, you know. But we also, of course, Raid, Manshiro, Avox. I lost to Radda in day 2 upper. Sadly, didn't make it to day 3. You can tell how much of a threat he is if you're getting outpaced by Avox there now. Avox is definitely going to do that. But Regret P, when will the match start? We're hoping soon. We're hoping very soon. We know we got quite the sizable amount of viewers right now that are very ecstatic. So too are we. We share the same emotions right now, everybody. But just as you're waiting, we too are waiting, because we have not been given an up until recently. Rawas finally added us to the party, so we're hoping it could be any minute now. But looking at the players, and like you said, Sir Pig, you're gonna have some very tough time pronunciating some of the names. Don't worry, I got you.
Yeah, that's good. Look, I come here as a British man, and I know that, of course, pronunciations are never exactly our forte, of course, but I see a little bit of movement on some of our screens, so that any minute now could actually stand true this time. Ladies and gentlemen, the wait is finally over. The big matchup to start off the Swiss stage. It is another fight between these two players that face in the 2v2 grand finals in a different playlist. No teammates to assist. It's Rawas versus TRK.
And as we all good start for the broadcast, MENA starts off with the first goal from TRK. Already with a banger cross-map shot, sent it from his own corner, and we already got a very beautiful start of the game here. Took him 10 seconds, and this is the immovable or unbeatable force here. And Rawas already losing to the second goal as well. TRK off the kickoff.
And we did favor Rawas. When it came to our predictions heading into this 1v1s, you said not to underestimate TRK. You can never underestimate TRK when there is a championship on the line. TRK will take this back to his own third. Rawas will wait with a full tank of Biosad defense. Has already been put to the test twice. Haven't seen him made one big save quite yet. However, Now with boost and possession of his own, now it's his chance to show off what he's got.
Yeah, it's his time for a big shot there. TRK trying to defend that from the ceiling. Unfortunately, going to miss it out from a couple of key inches there to make actual good connection to that ball. But nonetheless, he does get himself his first goal, slicing that lead in half. So we got one goal of a difference. A very, very fickle lead here in favor for TRK. But I don't think Rawas is going to let him have it for too long. Pre-flipping through, and now we do have some time as TRK looking to defend this from his own backboard, sniping that to the corner. Rawas in the meantime, pile driving it to his own. We're going to see, can he pull off something interesting as these games and series do. Pop off right now as the midfield sees some control. Rawas, going to see what he can do. Immediately sent to the corner, and TRK slaps it back. Rawas forced to use a lot of boost there. And that's what TRK does really good. He is a very, very patient player. Something you don't really see in comparison to one of the more stereotypical 1v1 players here, especially for the region itself. But TRK, as you said, and as I said there, he's very, very different. Someone who I think could be a force to reckon with as he flips it over right. Nice little chip off the ball right there for TRK for his third.
Gorgeous. Just a quick setup coming from defense. Takes it high, beats out on that 50. And that is the first difference made for Rawas. Rotates back to defense, 100 boost straight off the kickoff. These have all been favoring TRK. But a shot's not on, and as punishment, it'll go to the other net.
There's Rawas' second goal. Quite the easy one as well. And I would say a little bit healthy dose of luck there added in to that concoction to get himself that second goal. TRK off the kickoff. Losing to Rawas now. He's off the side wall, waiting for an opportunity, saving his foot for a shot. And TRK, having you comfortably read that there, he's going to send that one right back down. There's that instant response recovery there. Good snipe from TRK.
And this is what we love about 1v1, the opportunity for it to be so high scoring. Already got 6 with 2 minutes gone. And TRK currently sits as the player in favour. This will reset back to his own defence. 100 boost obtained. Rawas with a full tank will wait about halfway line. And I've loved the decision making from Rawas specifically as to when to just boom that ball across or when to keep it close. TRK often resorting for that close control in any instance. Great touch off the defense from Rawas has just TRK with a full tank to beat on that backboard. They don't make the read, and these counters are almost guaranteed to be a goal in this playlist.
What a play. First game has just been dominated. It's been slapped with TRK's name this whole time. 2-5 is quite the gap for now. And I mentioned that very, very heavily with that enunciation there in this case, because what you may not know is Rawas is the king of breaking past expectations. He's done that previously in the official Salt Mine tournaments from Johnny Boy, from the ceiling. Right now it's TRK taking his time. Rawas saves it again. That's what the threat is. Even with zero boost, this man is there well and prepared. But I definitely am watching to see what TRK does. Is he going to put up any slapstick humor in this one, or just wait for that timer to wind down? But in the meantime, the question rests on Rawas' head, and he has to defend his net. Not only that, but at the same time, try and get that goal gap to thin down as best as possible, because right now we do got 2 minutes remaining.
Oh, great touch from Rawas. Just tips it wide and had the option to go for boost. Let's go straight for net instead. Just delays any of those chances. Should get back in time for this one. But that gives moments for TRK to reset. Rawas takes to the skies, flip reset, has to cut across, but TRK cannot make that block. Now from D, picks up that mid-left once more. A 6th goal would surely put this one to rest, but 3 goals in 9 seconds is certainly doable. There it is, 6 for TRK.
Well, the goals just keep stacking in favor of one player here, and has been, of course, TRK. Quite the threatening 3 letters to be seeing across your lobby right now, and I think Rawas coming in for this one. Very, very funny circumstances to see them at their first game. As Abby mentioned the pre-show there, that's a save coming in from TRK. Flaps to the corner. Rawas, not the best touch, but still there's pressure against TRK. He flipped it up high. Midfield sees Rawas regaining back control. Into the corner. TRK not giving any space to Rawas right now. He does not respect them, which is good, because in this current circumstance, you just cannot be giving TRK any space. Neither side should be giving them any at all. There's the flick from Rawas, and that gets saved again. And TRK, how is he recovering these so fast?
He's so fast. And the shot was good as well, heading towards that top corner, but I still haven't seen Rawas force the issue enough in 1v1s against TRK. That'll do it. This will bring the game alive on the Falcons side. TRK might not be beaten in this opener, but Rawas is warm.
Rawas, finally something. Because right now it felt like a one-sided beatdown that even I was having sympathy for him. TRK right now though, 30 seconds remaining. I don't really think we're going to see 3 goals here, because for the starting game, I think it's just the appetizer for Rawas to get started. But TRK in comparison, really bringing this game back here. Actually, Rawas, 14 seconds, we got another goal here. Why did TRK not move in? But I just felt like he could have had a sharp return and saved that. But I don't know if he's losing it or he's just trying to wind that timer down. Maybe even give some false up to Rawas there. That's an awesome kickoff. Oh, wait, maybe a long shot.
No.
Wait, I don't think we should underestimate Rawas at all. There's 5-6. TRK loses another one.
Well, NRG had a comeback against them. 2 goals, and that was in a 2v2 playlist. It happens a lot more over here in 1v1s. Rawas has to keep this one up, but it's in TRK possession. But they've given it away to Rawas. He's still got his flip reset. Wave dashes down. The block is there. And hands were shown from the 0 seconds on the clock. TRK knows that Rawas has no choice but to go high there. What looked like it was going to be a dominating result towards that favor ended up closing the gap towards the later stages. Rawas is not out.
Nope, not yet, but only with the first start. This is definitely something that already fills the stomach with absolute anticipation. 5-6, we're a game that was just completely won over by TRK. From the start, from the very get-go, TRK knew that the game plan was to have a sizable gap versus him and Rawas. So you can see why he followed those footsteps. It makes sense because Rawas here, the second he started getting space, the second TRK wasn't pushing back instantly, just started cutting in and just not giving space at all to Rawas. Rawas, of course, fulfilling that power vacuum and managed to get himself back with 2 goals in less than 15 seconds remaining on the game. He could have even had this push to overtime if he so wished to, if he wasn't getting blocked there by TRK, who finally decided to wake up and save the last second touch from that ceiling raid there. But I don't know if they're trying to do this on purpose, so they're just trying to have us on the edge of our seats, but I am all for it. I'm very excited, and we're looking at this game through a very, very sharp lens right now. This pick second game. Now this is where it starts getting very, very testy for both players. Fight for match point, and this is where it could just decide this, the future of this game overall. Because if TRK wins this one right now, this forces Rawas onto a back foot. I don't know if he's gonna be able to fulfill a proper reverse sweep, because that's asking a lot for a player in the first game.
Yeah.
For this upper in the Swiss stage right now.
Best of 5s, extremely fast pace. The kickoffs have historically gone in the favor of Rawas. This one, though, falls towards the TRK way. And that is going to be a wondrous head start to get this one ignited.
Well, that's one way definitely to start off the sparks of the second game. TRK right now losing out to Rawas for the first time ever. It takes a lot to defeat TRK on kickoffs. But I think Rawas showing us how. That is a great read off the backboard. Comfortable shot there for Rawas as well. And he's definitely going to apply pressure. TRK's biggest mistake was not going to the corner there. That's going to be the goal already to tie it off. And I guess Rawas has already decided to wake up from his coma, because he's brought this game back. Oh, good wave that kickoff. And somehow, some way, Rawas makes that possibly a goal.
And I said that the kickoffs were favoring Rawas. It's also because he's trying a bit more. I like the delay just to get this game back in your favor. TRK going to feel frustrated to watch that one slip away from him. 100 Busto off the left wall. Rawas has to try and keep control. The pinch isn't going to break through TRK. The counter-attack has to come fast. The bump doesn't land, but that does enough just to delay some time with the jump he was forced to do. Now both players poised and ready for this one TRK attack. Flip reset doesn't come through. Instead, Rawas will pierce the back of the net.
Rawas! Well, I guess these players really just love handing over free balls there. TRK messing up his kickoff, and that one just gave a very, very free goal to Rawas. In this situation, you just cannot be giving Rawas any space, and TRK not really pushing back as he was earlier. That's a very, very good flick there from Rawas. Unfortunately goes wide. Maybe TRK recovers. No, not really good enough just yet. Saves on the scoreline. Have they swapped over their nameplates? Because TRK playing like Rawas and Rawas playing like TRK. What is happening right now, Sir Pig? Oh my god, what a shot.
I was going to say the exact same thing. But this is an opening. And this is all Rawas. TRK could feel that vice tightening on him as that pressure continued. Eventually, you have to pop. That was the moment.
Now, TRK taking time. Rawas has enough boost, but gives a very, very easy setup there for TRK. Getting that reset, just waiting for Rawas to challenge him. Oh, he misses that top left. And Rawas instantaneously recovers to flip that one right back down midfield. TRK, of course, bides his time. Still patient enough to try a new strat here. Going for the all hail that air dribble bump. And he actually connects TRK for his second goal here.
So many mind games played. Rawas went for that fake challenge at first. TRK had already read ahead of that. And with that step ahead, that's when he was able to go for the bump instead. And it hasn't been actually a very physical matchup so far, despite the attempts at them. TRK reset, doesn't keep the ball close, so now just forced to go back to his own corner. 100 boost will refuel, just tries to get some space away. He knows that Rawas is going to be hot on his tail. A brief moment of space is given, but the dogfights do maintain equality. Rawas has been able to steal away position with the fine touches. One-on-one, now slows down. TRK pulls off that beat. And it has remained a midfield battle.
Oh, very lucky boost spawn coming in for TRK as well, forcing Rawas right back down that midway gap. Time there from TRK. What a flick. Powerful, but accurate too. And at the same time, just cannot surpass that defense from Rawas. He's got a very, very tight lid. Locked on tight to that scoreline. Parking the bus is the strategy they say in football. But TRK, he does not fear the bus. He will smash through it if it needs be. TRK with a flick. Rawas just soft touch off that ball. That's twice now he's had to slip it to the backboard there. Rawas as TRK in the meantime applying pressure layer by layer. Wait to see when the layer finally softens as TRK again forcing the page up from Rawas. Flip reset bump. There it is. The connect again. TRK for his third goal.
The ice is starting to melt. Rawas is beaten on the chance. You said TRK is the player to never leave out. 2 minutes to go, just one goal needed for equality. It could be two. What a save on the goal line from TRK. This has been a masterclass defensively so far, but Rawas still has that goal advantage, and it all comes from chances like this.
Oh, it all just comes crashing down for TRK. Good patience off that backboard, waited patiently, but unfortunately, that last touch is always a player's nightmare. And in this case, it's one that comes to reality for TRK. Slip it off his own back of his Fennec there. It's easy goal for Rawas to take. Though the goal gaps are very much, slightly falling down bit by bit. But I don't know if this house of cards yet is ready to collapse because TRK is still within range of outpacing Rawas. Oh my god, what a save there. Very awkward shot from TRK's part, but even there has a read on it. There is the reset. Pops it over TRK's head, and there is the sixth. Hey, remember earlier with the same time, that is exactly the situation Rawas was in. We flipped the tables right now, Sir Pig.
That was stylish. That's definitely goal of the series so far, and it's only game 2 of potential 5. Rawas is looking to push it down a further distance. Save made by TRK, has to find some recovery here on the right wall. Low boost. Rawas has the full tank. The power puts the ball high, and that gives TRK just that brief moment to pick up 100 boost. You'll notice, especially in MENA, how much boost they burn down on every single attack. It isn't slow pace like you're going to see on the EU stream. Every single press of the boost button is vital to maintain efficiency. Rawas picks up an extra 100, and that flick will give it away.
Well, you can't be some of the fastest players known to man in Rocket League, especially if you're not burning down the fuel in the tank. That's the 4th goal. Flip reset pop. Quite the comfortable one from the side one as well. Keeping it close, forcing Rawas to jump at the last second because he just didn't know what velocity, what speed, what angular direction that ball was coming from. That's a flick. Forcing Rawas trying to pinch it off the off the crossbar. And then it goes for Rawas for the 7th goal. I don't think there's any hope here, unfortunately, for TRK to win this one, and I think he's gonna force this game, Rawas, into a tie for the start of this series. It's only 1-1. We're playing this like their life is on the line right now. TRK, fast challenge, snippy with it. Rawas not ready to let that ball go quite comfortably. 20 seconds remain, and I think this is just a game of keep the ball as close as possible and wind that timer down. I think TRK has accepted his defeat.
You say this, that they're playing like their lives are on the line. Well, look how suffocating this game has been so far. Such high pace, everyone constantly going for these challenges on the ball. And when you're struggling to breathe, you've got to squirm at some point. It was TRK who allowed that little bit of extra space over to Rawas. And that is going to be proven with statistics as well. They were equal for shots in the last matchup, but with Rawas awakening in the second half of that first game, he came out swinging in the second.
Yeah, we definitely saw some opportunities from Rawas in the first game to make that comeback a possible reality, but now the second game here, he's just waiting to see what TRK can show. And of course, we've seen a lot from TRK. He took the spotlight in the previous one, but ever since now the second game started, the biggest mistake really came down from that midfield control and the kickoff, something that was really TRK's strength over Rawas in the first one. So I guess as time goes on by, we've already got a tie in this series. We're definitely being gifted more time, more opportunistic moments to see what these two players have to offer still.
Yeah, I'm glad this isn't going to be the minimum amount of games. Game 4 already guaranteed, but whoever has that match point position is to be dictated by these 5 minutes. We've had fireworks out early in both of the games so far. Rawas was lucky to provide exactly that. Still a chance with TRK, not getting enough time to pick up any boost. That touch is delayed, waited for all of the momentum to leave the Fennec of TRK. And as soon as he was at the standstill, he ramps the pressure back up. That is expert from Rawas.
It's just typical stuff there for Rawas. He knows, and like I said, I think we've kind of flipped the script between these two players, because the aggressive one was Rawas here now, and ever since the start of this second game, we've seen a different level. But at the same time, TRK, he's right there, nipping at Rawas's feet there, not letting him win for too long. Fantastic touch for the first one from TRK, collecting that reset. We've actually forward to collect that power and forcing Rawas to lose that one as well. It's an equal tie already in the first 30 seconds. It's been a minute. We've seen some 2 goals, but what a shot from Rawas again off the kickoff, launching that one into the back of the net against TRK.
1v1 more than any other playlist is just about picking up as much of a head start as possible before that minute and a half remaining on the clock point, where you've got to chase those leads, you've got to get the job done, you guarantee goals in these early minutes. A demo comes through from TRK, and despite this being the third game, GZ, that feels like the first real time that has ended up in a goal.
Yeah, I think that's definitely one where we actually seen a first time demo, and in this case as well, MENA known for its much more physicality, especially when it comes to demos and bumps, but definitely at the highest level, these two are very, very good at flipping past the opportunities for the, especially the opponents. In this case, getting a demo, that's the first one. So from TRK's side, to be fair, Rawas was like a sitting duck, so he took the opportunity, but he can't. How did Rawas get that recovery? But even then, it won't stop the train that is TRK.
This is just a game of speed right now. TRK completely outpaced Rawas to that 50, and that's what gave him that open net in the first place. It's a nice lead to have, especially with all the pace that Rawas has given him in the past few minutes. But he brings it down low. Rawas tries to tempt him for that heavy touch, but will never let that one go too far away from possession. Keeps this one nice and close. TRK is going to have to wait for the strike. Actually goes up much earlier than Rawas was expecting. And now the mind game definitely becoming a factor with that luring.
What a snipe from Rawas. Now this is very typical. Getting those snappy little touches, something MENA is known for. And just lobbing it over. This is the typical 1v1 style. You've seen Boxy do a lot of that as well. Every single time the ball is close, and they can actually smell their opponents, I swear. Because right now the stench of victory is perfuming there for Rawas, blocked out by TRK. And now this is his time. Rawas off that side wall. Takes his time, waiting to see, saving his flip, and then using it just to fake out TRK. But TRK right now under pressure. He's losing the boost battle, something he really needs. An empty tank. Won't stop. Rawas right now finally collecting that corner, claps that to the left wing, and there's Rawas immediately pre-jumping, stopping TRK in his tracks.
Been given some space as well. Rawas misfired on that first jump, but a setup wasn't good enough for TRK to get that beat. That will lead to the ball back into Rawas possession. Off that left wall, has got so much time and space in the air. TRK looks to try and shut it down, but a fake is there. Rawas with all of the resources maintained, isn't lured to making that early flick.
Well, 4-3. You just can't help but love the way Rawas is playing right now. Oh, a little bit of an intimate moment there off the kickoff. All right, TRK leads it to Rawas again, and there it is. Rawas now. That is definitely something you don't see every day. A wave dash kickoff that has both players meeting with the underside of their Fenix in a very, very intimate moment off the kickoff there. TRK now, he's lost his main overall strength that he had previously at Rawas. Now he's knocked him out the spotlight. It's all Rawas, 6-3, doubling the lead, and it's only half the game still remaining right now.
It looked like this was TRK's game for a while. He'd already played comeback, and Rawas was sitting in a deficit, and Rawas showing that he's got even more gears for the 16-wheeler. You think you've got him as his max velocity, but he just steps it up that little bit extra. TRK's now called to action, but that 50 isn't going to land in his favor. Gets that ball central. The heavy touch from Rawas is waiting to be pounced upon. It's a tough angle to launch off of, but TRK is going to live up to the mark off that back wall. Just a read to make. Gets it on target, but Rawas just squeezes it out of the nets.
I don't know how Rawas, or well, to be fair, a better question is how TRK missed that connection to the ball. Definitely the most foulest thing I've seen just yet from him. TRK now push to defend this again. Back in that reset. Off that backboard there. Now he's just flip-flopping around. And it's like a dying fish on the pier right now. And in this situation, TRK just can't help but feel sympathetic to him. Started off on such strong feet. He had a very, very good platform to push himself against Rawas here, but ever since then, it has just been Rawas's game right now, and I don't think TRK is anywhere near close on closing it down, but he's got a minute left here. Let's see if anything changes. Go flip reset pop.
TRK, reset, saved by Rawas. TRK needs to get another touch on this one. 50 seconds left. We've seen lots of goals in very short blips, but this is for the wrong side if you're looking for a comeback for TRK. The 1v1 specialist looks to extend their lead in this series, and of course that would earn them a match point position. 2 chances to beat the GOAT in a 1v1.
Now TRK have to watch out for Rawas who's in the air. 1 reset collected, going for the ground pinch, opting to miss it and go for the demo instead. And that, wow, even then TRK responding back and just about managing to respawn in time off that side. Well, Rawas, I think he's had enough. He's definitely not hungry for goals anymore. He substantiated quite the scoreline. In comparison, TRK, he's been shut down every which way and not been allowed to give any gaps for himself. It is all over. GG's. Congratulations to Rawas here. He gets the second game and match point in this best of 5.
Still job not finished, though. You need to pull off another wondrous 5 minutes against the legendary TRK. However, Rawas just keeps on showing us his 1v1 prowess. TRK has kept it close, but when we've needed that extra layer of just creativity up front, Rawas has had exactly that. He's got the game sense to match as well, in what has been such a fast-paced series so far. Rawas just feels just that little bit ahead in reading the play.
Yeah, he's definitely got an edge over TRK right now, and I think even though the levels that these two players are, many might call them equals, but as you can see the difference between him and right now, there is quite the doubling of the score points. 977 to Rawas's 1739. TRK getting outshone on goals, getting outshone on defense, getting outshone on offense. Where, oh where can TRK find a response, especially now that the pressure's against them? There is everything saying that TRK will lose this, but I still think that there could be time right now. This Serpig, I think situations can change. We have seen Rawas come back nearly in the first game, but even then TRK had the goal gap. But I think right now what TRK needs to go is back down to the basics and see if he can excel at that.
I struggle to doubt TRK whenever there is a world spot on the line. Ultimately, the winner of the MENA 1v1 will be able to represent their region over in North America in a few months' time. TRK often has been that player to represent his region. And I don't think he's going to take this series lying down, even though it's only the Swiss. Rawas for one, just off target. TRK isn't able to get back clearance, and that sets up a second opportunity for Rawas. Doesn't get too fancy with it. Just a simple blast, just shy of a crossbar, will be enough.
Not skimming that at all there. Wasp just sends that one down again. 1-0 already. Something we would usually see on TRK's side. That orange side will be lit up. But right now already, you see Rawas wants to finish this with his win, cement himself as the winner as he takes us for a cross map. One reset. Taking it down, low to the ground. Kisses it again. And there it is. TRK forced to go backward, knowing the fact that he has low boost, exactly what Rawas wants to see. That is an easy shot. Oh, hook, line, and sinker, and TRK falls for the trap.
This is exactly what I was talking about between the games. Yes, this is a fast-paced matchup. It always will be over here in MENA. But Rawas just constantly a beat ahead. Knew he was going to have that space. Stuck himself in the area. This one's going to have to create a lot more. TRK on the counter gets that punch. And this will be a Harvener for the goal difference. Still hopes for Twisted Minds as TRK.
TRK, the representative of Twisted Minds, of course, finally something to puncture Rawas' confidence in this one. We finally get themselves one goal, surely enough. The wave dash to get himself the second to the follow-up from TRK. Finally some hope, some ray of shining light in a very dark tunnel TRK was stuck into. And I don't know if television is the apt, description of what and how TRK has been playing for the past around 15 minutes or so, but there has been some call to questions about his defense, and well, you can see why.
So tunnel vision, they're both just simply locked in. You just got to play for that ball ahead of you, especially when you've constantly got your opponent biting at your ankles at every single chance. We've had quite the sleuth of kickoff goals. Be nice to see that streak come to an end, and it appears it has done. TRK with some space for a more traditional setup to the skies. Flip reset. Wants that back post of Rawas. You could see him show it just a few seconds earlier. And if I can see it, well, TRK certainly can.
Well, we're definitely not blind and to the obvious of this situation, but Rawas still carries that edge of one game lead. But TRK, as you mentioned, nipping at his feet. TRK with a fourth goal already. It's been barely 2 minutes right now, Sir Pig, and we are seeing the action just packing in. It is a full package game right now, and I still can't help but think that something could go wrong. Definitely could.
Rawas wants to get this game done in 4. Is not the only first seeded matchup that has that potential. Rawas just caught on the outside of a 6-yarder. Will tip it over. TRK has been saved by the post here. And will take this up the right wall as well. Rawas sits deep, cuts ahead. Just as TRK had got in that first heavy touch. Not enough to find the back of the net. Time is wasted, and TRK will actually be completely fine with that.
Yeah, TRK. Now I think he wants to go for the instant challenges and just to hinder any progression from Rawas' side to keep his scoreline alive, but unfortunately will face the never-ending pressure from Rawas here. All he has to do in comparison to TRK, who's trying to go high in that middle of that exchange here, TRK in comparison just gets sent down, and because of that, not keeping close to the ground there gives a lot more leverage for Rawas to recover much faster to TRK's very all-in challenges. You can never tell, or you can never say that TRK never gives us 100%, but sometimes, just sometimes, it might not make the right call.
Rawas trying to give 110. This ball out wide. Rawas' follow-up touch, though, ends up being a pass to his Esports Nations Cup teammate. On the cut across, doesn't get that hook. Rawas doesn't give him the privilege. Instead, takes 100 boost for himself. Will have that space forward. Unchallenged, front-facing. Gets the first 50 beat out high. TRK will hit that crossbar. Rawas still lurks in the area, never giving up on any chance. How about 120% ground zero?
Well, if you want to outshine, you just got to keep ramping up the levels and those percentages, and these numbers keep hiking up. Now it's 5-4. It's been barely 2 minutes still remaining on the game right now. Per the schedule, we're still inbound, maybe to see this lead even double faster than this, but TRK in comparison, he's been so close, just right behind and chasing Rawas's shadow. TRK in the midst of the first game, taking up in the midfield, up into the air, one reset. Now he has the offer of one shot. Oh, so Rawas saved that. 0 boost still, and he's finally forced Rawas out from his own net there. Flipping into the boost in midfield. Centering the ball, just floating around. Rawas employing the use of the environments for some very powerful shots there. TRK finally able to recover, and this one's going to get sent down for the tie.
Nobu, the 1v1 world champion, has managed to take down Nush in game 4. But he had to beat someone else in that grand finals of the MENA qualifier to be that representative in the first place. Rawas was that player. Rawas could equal that opening feat if he can take it in the next minute. It could come from this chance out from the skies. TRK doesn't allow himself to get faked underneath, instead has to just judge this attack ahead. Possession is his. No flip reset. Will need a pogo. Doesn't get it. Rawas's clearance will waste some time. Self setup is sent towards TRK, but these looming chances just outside the box have all been Rawas's.
That is how you keep an opponent on the back foot. You have them thinking, are they going for an instant shot? What are they going for? And that's what Rawas does so good. Kept the ball close because TRK was on the back foot there. His own defense, he was stuck in his own half, having no flip, but the only time he was able to use it was just to recover from the initial fail off of his own recovery. Now Rawas, full-time connection to that ball, flicking it once, forcing TRK to flip-flop it over. It's right back down into Rawas's grasps here, and now time for TRK with Rawas challenging the ceiling. Can he save this? Low boost. TRK likely to lose this in the 5 seconds remain. And he saved this one last final aerial. He's got the reset. Take it to the ground. Oh, the pump is falls to the ground away from the net. It's GG's.
Setup just wasn't far enough. Rawas looks to earn his spot again in the later stages of the MENA 1v1 qualifier. With a world spot on the line and an unlikely opponent in a round 1 of Swiss, he still steps up. Lots of delay to get this series started. It took him half a game to get warmed up, but once we crossed that point, was it ever in doubt?
Well, you know what they say, sometimes you have to wait patient. Patience is a virtue there, Sir Pig, and sometimes it can give you the results that you want, and in this case, this is exactly what we needed. Though it may not be the game 5 we were praying for, nonetheless, it is a series that has been oh so sweet with the matchup. We couldn't ask for a better first game, and when it came down to it, these players were able to reciprocate that very sentiment. So right now, 3-1, an absolute washout there from TRK. Though the last game was definitely the closest we've seen apart from game 1, the progression nonetheless is something that you just can't help but be in awe of the performance of Rawas here. He definitely knew that he had some tricks up his sleeve, and he was prepared to use them when he felt it was an opportune time. So now it's 3-1. The progression of the next game will happen after a quick solid break here, because right now, guys, we also have to take some time off there. We were absolutely riveted by the gameplay, but I swear that everybody else could use a break, as well as the players right now, and Swiss is still ongoing. We got 2 groups right now. That was the starter. We'll see you guys after this break.
From 24/7 to pretending like I never met you. No, it's all for the best, cause I know we're a mess every time we're together. Going out of my mind, and I wish I could lie, tell you that it gets better. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months where I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to
Hello there, everybody. Welcome back once again to RLCS Swiss MENA 1v1s. We've already seen and tasted a victory for RLCS versus TRK, but right now we are coming into something equally as sweet. The other half of the twin package of the Falcons roster. It's now Clears coming up to take on Mohammed 97 from Kuwait, member of RA Esports for this one.
Yeah, it's nice to be able to tick off the entire family tree there with Rawas now going to this Clears matchup as well. But despite the depth of talents that MENA has, especially in these past few seasons specifically, very few have given themselves international prowess. However, Mohammed has been one of the more recent players in the scene to actually earn that accolade. Of course, with that trip over to the biggest major in RLCS history, Mohammed definitely took the hearts of many people. Unfortunately, couldn't pick up a win there. Didn't compete in the 2v2 either. But in the 1v1s, I'm very interested to see what we are going to be delivered.
100%, and unfortunately I believe we've just been notified that the game has already started, even though they have been warned not to do it. So we're gonna go down to Sultan versus Rawas, the other MENA side there. It's an equally good game here. We've already seen and tasted to see how well Rawas is playing, and he's already beaten now member of Twisted Minds TRK. Well, let's see what Sultan is able to do.
Yeah, absolutely zero complaints about that one. I mean, we go from the one and only Kuwait player to the one and only other non-Saudi Arabian player with, of course, Sultan from Oman. Going to be playing against Rawas. We've seen how on fire Rawas was in that first series of the day, and I'm happy to be following him for a second series in a row. Sultan was also my bit of a pick from the lower bracket qualification as well for today's action, so it's also nice for me to see him continue this journey.
Exactly. Now, when it comes down to Sultan, Sultan means king, or in this capacity for regional king here, that's Sultan. So coming in from Oman, he's got quite the crown already heavy on his head. Is he going to be able to dethrone the king of defenses? So we got a battle of the kings of their own respective titles and namesakes here. So Rawas versus Sultan. We've already seen Rawas's capabilities. We've only heard, in this case, of Sultan's capabilities when it comes to 3v3, but now it's a whole different ballgame. As I mentioned, when it comes down to 1v1s, it is a whole different series within of itself here when you watch 1v1s, because capacity wise it's a lot more emptier field. It's just you and the opponent, and there's no saving you if you make a mistake.
No, absolutely not. And with Sultan specifically, he actually doesn't have that much of a seasoned history in terms of very highly notable organized 1v1 events. Of course, he may have a few show matches here and there, but when it comes to actually playing in a long distance competition, this is definitely going to be a tougher fight for himself, especially, of course, against Rawas, who is undoubtedly ground zero in that top 3 conversation of the playlist over here in MENA, if not top 2 or even top 1. But my history with Sultan goes back to when he competed in APAC last season of 2025, technically considered, I believe, a West Asian country. So with that gets decent ping over there, and actually found his first ever main event in the region as well.
Well, that's one way to stack up a resume, and I don't really, fault him for the opportunities he's taking, especially since I believe with it being a Eurasian continent, and MENA here in this case just in the middle edge of that, what separates continents in this case, because always when it comes to geography, there's always some tomfoolery when it comes to dividing those kind of spaces, and I've been unfortunate at the other end of that stick when it comes to looking at the ENC qualifiers and what decides a team crossing over between both, because that definition can change from country to country. Thankfully in this case here, listed was consistent that Sultan is going to go back home. He's going to try his name here in this case when it comes to his own region and see how well he places in comparison to APAC. So, well, we're going to see now if any questions can be answered on his capabilities, because, well, we got quite the game here. This is going to be round 2 of the Swiss as well, but a lot of games actually progressing quite fast, mind you.
And have just been hearing word that Rawas is having a full game restart. Anything that could have gone wrong has gone wrong for Rawas so far in the Swiss stage, except for the actual results. And I'm sure that a player who's just looking for deep runs is willing to make that sacrifice.
But if you want the best performance, you better make sure any asset you have is operating at its best as well. So we also got some time. We got to look over at the start.gg page. You'll see Death versus Radda went down 3-1. Quite the similar scoreline there with Rawas. Truk beat Warden for 3-0. Fahad actually managed to outpace Tech, someone who had my stakes on, going 3-2. But, you know, we could talk more about the first round of Swiss stage. We got Sultan versus Rawas here right in front of our very eyes.
We've accidentally become a little bit of a Rawas team stream, but there's a chance that this is going to be the World's Contenders POV as well. Sultan is one we sit on right now, using that blue car, but I can assure you, he is on the orange side, gets that first 50. It's strong, but Rawas able to challenge again in the corner, keeps it low, wants to try and take this ball out wide, though that was wider than even he could call for. Good first touch coming off that bounce flip. Reset has to take it low, but Sultan gets the beat and likely the equalizer.
Well, it looks like he's the king of 50 exchanges as well. What a player from Sultan. Definitely an awkward one from Rawas. Way position, that one was definitely not going to be in his favor. It's obvious why Sultan was able to outpace him in this case, but right now we do get 1-1. But as the series starts right now, it's quite the equal tie already beginning off for Sultan here. And you would definitely say, if you guys were looking closely at the game from Rawas versus TRK, that this is not at all at any surprise, where the first game might be something that Rawas loses out. He likes to test the waters a lot, and well, for him, he really makes sure to put himself on the back edge just to see the full potential and capabilities of his opponents, and then just respond and counterattack, counterattack, counterattack. It's less like watching Rocket League, more like watching Tekken, where button mashing in this case from Rawas 9.
And you saw when he was against TRK, once that series continued, the aggression got higher and higher and higher as he just tested what he was able to get away with against his opponent. Ball taken high. Sultan has a lot to defend here. No flip reset, however, to come from Rawas. So this will fall back to the defensive position. Only one goal apiece with just a minute and a half gone, but there's a chance for us to see number 3. We do.
Let that one rip through. Sultan, big mistake was just taking too much time. You cannot be hesitating, and that's what's going to cost you a lot, especially when it comes to playing versus Rawas here. And well, they both really do love doing their wave dashing off intimate moments. Just, we should give them some privacy, I feel, whenever that happens a little bit there. But Rawas right now, losing it out to Sultan on the speed. 2-2, quite the fast play here from Sultan. The second he saw any inkling of a weakness in Rawas's defense, he pounces on the opportunity.
Very impressed with the game so far from Sultan to hold it close against Rawas, know when that time to pounce is, and in a way, completely ego your opponents for some of these challenges. You need that about you when you're playing 1v1, when you've got no one else to lift you up. You have to take charge of a game. You play Rawas's game, chances are that game doesn't end well for you. Rawas from deep takes that shot on. It'll find its way into that top corner. And of all the goals we've seen so far, it's less of a fanfare, but still very well heads up.
And not as shiny as his usual typical goals there from Rawas, but a goal is a goal in this circumstance when the goal is to win Swiss stage. You just can't call into question the stylistic choices when it comes to their goals here. But Sultan taking it a bit more to the ceiling, going high, slams that. One down low to get his tie again. He is right there behind Rawas' speed every single time. He doesn't even give any space here, but Sultan, 3-3.
Show us what you've got and I'll match you. That's been the game so far from Sultan. Playing to the level of his opponent. But you've got to push out a little bit extra if you want the final response. It's going to be put back towards the Sultan end. Rawas has made his move. Are we going to see a response?
I don't know, but it's not a matter of when. Sorry, no, not a matter of if, but when here in this case from Sultan. But getting outdone with speed. There's the first time we've seen all game, and that's an open goal right for the taking. Rawas naps it in again. 5-3, 2 minutes remaining. Sultan, like a sitting duck, opting for the demo, and it makes sense why Rawas took it.
The pattern is broken. And oftentimes when Rawas reaches this point, it's as if the floodgates have come down. And Sultan will watch another goal wash across him. The Falcons' goal explosion on show. A familiar, successful scoreline on that favour of the score bug as well. Sultan in 2 minutes will have to pull off something masterful to take down this form of Rawaz, though that was a very poor call from the Falcons boy.
What a shot from Sultan as well. And mind you, this is definitely something to watch out for. Rawaz, he cannot nap. He cannot sleep. Sultan right behind him, beckoning him away from his masterful win, because right now with 2 minutes remaining, it's very, very possible for Sultan to make his way back here. But Rawaz isn't going to give that opportunity for free. One reset. Sultan blocked out from the midfield as Rawaz takes it up high, going for it. I was initially hoping for that seeding pitch, but slips it through. One touch over. There's a shot there now. Rawaz, an open net. Sultan overextended to the midfield, just trying to collect boost. That's his biggest mistake. Rawaz, he will make any shot happen from any single place on this lobby right now.
For a moment, it felt like the colours had flipped either way. Rawaz puts us in a more familiar position. The challenge is good from Sultan. It's going to be a tough shot to find, but the efficiency is there. And this game still hangs in the balance.
How do you place a shot like that? Well, Sultan makes it possible. And I remember I said, it's not where or if, it's when here. And in this case, Sultan right behind. What a shot again. He just keeps slipping through those defenses that are tightly controlled with so many locks placed on top of them from Rawaz here. And Sultan deconfiguring them as time has gone on. There's a great block from Rawaz again. And this time, Sultan not giving away that ball for free. He's hoping to cash in one more goal. One reset. Took his time. Slips it through Rawaz. Easy shot. There's 20 seconds remaining. And there's Rawaz's 7th.
It's a great setup. He's done a better job in the second half of this game at just extending the score sheet, keeping Sultan out of reach. Because that's going to be a player that makes sure no matter how much time is left on the clock, a fight will still maintain. You have to remain on your best behaviour. When you're talking about trying to run away with goals and results, a kickoff is surely going to assist.
Yeah, you just cannot let that kind of space be given away. Now it's 8-5, and though there was some hope riding on Sultan making a comeback, and even I was definitely someone who was hoping for it there, it's unfortunate for Rawaz. He's just showcasing what he's best at, and that is just winning.
Yeah, he's been at the very top of the region for quite some time. I mean, few players have caused some issues. Of course, it's been a bit of a shaky one for Falcons, especially a little bit later on in the regional season. I can assure that once it gets to Worlds, when you have that little bit of a taste of gold, they are going to be back to their former glory. There's nothing former about Rawaz's glory in ones, though. It is the past, the present, and likely the future as well.
Well, this is a man who is available in all states of reality. Rawaz making sure to make that win a reality as well. Though Sultan, I think, deserves equal praise and credit for doing so well in keeping very close to Rawaz's shadow. It's just not enough. His hands and his arms not long enough to stop Rawaz here. And in comparison to Rawaz, it feels like his very presence is omniscient. He is everywhere on the field to stop Sultan here. But 10-5, double the lead over Rawaz, and Sultan unfortunately faces the bitter loss in the first game.
Double the lead, there's almost double the shots as well. 20 in the favour of Rawaz, only 11 on that Sultan side, but a lot of that pressure coming from the latter half of that game. Sultan actually kept this extremely close in the first few minutes, but once Rawaz was given that 2-goal gap, that's where it felt like everything changed in that opener. There was a lot more confidence coming from that blue side. A kickoff started to line up as well, but with a completely fresh start, I'm not going to be counting out Sultan. And for any of those who are watching at home, you should not either.
No, not at all. I think Sultan has shown that he is capable. I would say definitely a little bit more than TRK was. And that is a hot take if I do say so myself. But we've seen with 1v1s that 3v3s and 1v1s, 2v2s, every single one of those modes are so very different. The way they're played requires a different level of skill. And individually, Sultan right now definitely outshining TRK with his performances. Though the third game was definitely a lot more closer. Let's see if Sultan can follow in his footsteps and only that, but actually improve on his gameplay here because he has a lot of time. Now with the second game incoming, there's Sultan's first goal already. Pulls that one through the middle of the goal.
And whilst one half of this pitch belongs to a multi-regional champion and a world's contender, the other half holds a player who has never made a Middle Eastern top 16. Despite all those odds in a 1v1 playlist, Sultan currently has the lead in this second game. Rawas has been forced to fight, but a sideball read brings us back to equality.
Well, yeah, you get quality goals if you pull off quality shots. And Rawas' sidewall read again shows his capabilities. Individually, himself still being a big threat. That Sultan, I think, is going to take a Herculean amount of effort. And let's see if he's up to the 13th task. Well, we've already seen 10 goals already from Rawas' side. He's already outshone Sultan there, keeping the ball close, kicks to the ceiling. And one reset was all he needed to exchange there. The ball going straight to Rawas. It always feels like the lady luck there is always in favor for Rawas, because any single time Sultan exchanges blows with Rawas, it always feels like the blade strikes himself back. Let's call that a double-edged sword here, because Rawas right now, a squeeze there from Sultan, he ties it up.
Great shot again. Just takes that moment with such poise, doesn't pressure under the weight of their opponents. Sultan enters this pitch as an equal, one Fennec against another. And the gameplay has matched that as well, but you called it lady luck beforehand. Rawas is just so good at shifting any game towards his favor. This has been his home for quite some time, and you know what they say, the house always wins.
Yeah, casino rules, that's for sure. And in this case, the roulette check is going in favor for Rawas. One more reset blocked up by Sultan. Let's see if that opportunity can shift. There's the tie again. Showcasing that sometimes, just sometimes, there's a crack in the system and the house doesn't always win here. In this case, for Sultan tying it up again with only a minute of gameplay. We've seen 6 goals total right now, Sir Pig.
Beautiful. Exactly what we would want out of 1v1s. They promised goals, and that promise is exactly what we see unfold in front of us. Rawas with another tough angle to find off the sidewall. This one not finding the target as powerfully as it did before. Rawas off that left wall has to make that quick clear. The double tap will find the back of the net. Postage stamp in the top right corner, and that could be delivery express to the 2-0.
Right now, Rawas, and just like his brother Achilles right now, who is a 2-2 in his own game, winning 2-0 here. I don't know if this other half of the package of the Twins right now from the Falcons side, representatives are ready to spread their wings in this 1v1 RLCS MENA here. So, what a pop shot from Sultan, something that caught Rawas off guard. And that's the first time I've ever seen him so awkward while trying to go for his own defense, something that's in his favor every single time. Sultan rips that one through.
Dare I say, he disrespected Sultan a little bit with that wide ball. I don't think he's going to make that wide rotation against the likes of a TRK. He's certainly not going to do it against the likes of the Nobu. But with how Sultan has played so far, he has definitely demanded the respect of Rawas. That pass goal certainly will, but again, the door is left completely open. Sultan will happily let themselves in. But that bounce goes against him. It falls to Rawas instead. Reset towards that left-hand side is blocked by Sultan.
Sultan definitely has come knocking, and he's prepared with gifts. Those gifts right now are in. What a shot from Sultan. There's another one to add on to that Christmas tree ornament there. Sultan, what a pop shot, rips that one through again right over Rawas' head, and so much power that again I still consistently feel like Rawas might just be underestimating, as you said there, Sultan right now, and I think that might just be his undoing. But he has been very respectful, taking Sultan as a threat right now. 4-5, can he stop this one? And there's the bite back there, the counter from Rawas, gets another one.
Is the ball lighter in the Middle East? Are the engines more powerful? It just feels like every single touch, on average, has such a higher KPH than any other region I have ever seen. And that does call for perfect positioning when you are positioned in the defense. And oftentimes that has made the difference. It has for Sultan so far. This is going to be a bit more of a solo setup though. Close control, hunts for that bumper. Awas escapes with his life and potentially a little treat on top of it. Sultan has to prepare for this defense. And 50 is good though. Low resources, no problems.
Rawat. Eligible like glue stuck to the front of the Fennec. He's really forcing Sultan to go continuously drive himself back to his own half to save these little cheeky chips there. One more to add on to that booklet from Rawat. He's opening up these pages. He's ripping open Sultan too. There's another one to add on to it. The lead for Rawat, 6-5.
Gorgeous again from Rawat. Constantly he's made sure that if anyone is going to break equality, it has been him. Sultan has consistently been on the chase despite how close this game has been. He actually hasn't had that time in the sun as the leading player to whittle down the clock. Rawat tries to make it 7. Instead, Sultan looks for equality with the 12 for sidewalk. Actually has a very delayed challenge on that side, and now that leaves Rawat with another opportunity to the skies. That pop reset though will pop it out of possession.
Rawat, it's time to shine again. Well, he's already a shiny player, wrapped up in gold. Another reset pumps that over, and it looks like that golden crown that Sultan is wearing is going to be ripped off his head and given straight to Rawat, because he's now got likely what could be the second game as well. Though this game has felt like it has taken an era to even reach the 1 minute marker right now, Sir Pig.
Sultan has had to chase these 1-goal leads, but last game 2 was too much. That shot had too much behind it. Stays above the crossbar. Sultan isn't going to get back in time. Was so close to tipping this one to the crossbar. But it's that barrier broken. That 2-goal lead. That sets up Rawat to put himself on the 2 lead in the series score as well.
Rawat. And watch out now as Sultan gets the second reset. Backs the ball back. It's on top of the Fennec there. That's a shot. Good flick, but again, and I think it's all over. Because right now, Rawat, he's doing the very same thing he did the last game, going for double digits, doubling the lead versus Sultan again. This is just consistency from Rawat on the scoreline right now. Wow.
This is why it's such a pleasure that we have a broadcast to watch these games, because someone is going to go into the finer details, go over to the Star GG or the Liquipedia, sees these scorelines, and not recognize how much of a close affair this has been. A 10-5 goal line has not told the story of Game 2.
Not at all. Sultan, I think, has improved himself in his performance from the last game. And in comparison, even though it's 11, they're going one more beyond from the last one. Rawat here, I think, has started to take Sultan. What a double reset.
Wow.
Well, I didn't even notice the second reset there. This is just typical Rawat here, but Sultan looks like the crown is too heavy for his head today, and he's gonna have to knock himself off his high throne here for tonight as Rawat showing you how a king plays. There's 12-5, 3 seconds remaining, and match point is his for the taking as well.
Some call themselves a king, some have earned their spot in royalty. Rawat has spent the last few seasons of his career earning that very spot. Now, with that 2-0 lead of the series score, 3 chances to advance into the 2-0 for what is close to a perfect bracket. Sultan has been a tough opponent to face so far, but good Rocket League isn't enough. You have to be great, you have to be perfect, you have to be above and beyond. And Rawat is exactly that kind of player.
Now, it requires a bit more deep analysis now we've got time. Looking at the game, looking at the way this series has been played, I think the way Sultan starts off is something on an equal platform. He overtakes TRK in making himself more consistent against Rawas, but every single time until that last, let's say 1 minute 30 is remaining, that's where Sultan starts losing his confidence. He's not instant challenging. He's giving too much respect to Rawas. And in comparison, Rawas keeps disrespecting Sultan. He is not at all abiding by the rules of the game, and he has decided to take off there. Go beyond the charts of our expectations. And Rawas here now with 2-0 versus Sultan. And of course, Sultan, and as we mentioned, we're keeping it so close. His biggest mistake right now is just not pressuring Rawas when he needs to, especially in the latter half. When you have time, when you have space, he's losing it only because he's not as aggressive as Rawas here. And Sultan, now, with patience and the ball close to him, moves to add on to that collection of things that could be in his favor. Loses out the ball in exchange there. Rawas' biggest mistake I've seen just yet. But somehow, some way, Sultan still loses out and can't really counterattack, because somehow, and again, Rawas, the man who makes the improbable probable, somehow, in this case, with 0 boost, managed to get a goal.
Champions are not made from playing well when games fall their way. It's about how you're able to fight back against adversity. Rawas has had bad tests time and time again in his career. This is the final question to be answered from Sultan, and this feels like the start of a very extensive answer.
I think we're in for quite the long test here. Not only the test of our vocal cords right now, they're so big, but at the same time as these players are being put through the ringer for RLCS Swiss stage here. One reset pop. Sultan saves this one quite comfortably off that backboard, and immediately the counter this time. Big changes in comparison to previous performances, but Sultan gets himself the lead in a very long time. This is the first time we've actually seen him take the front and stronger foot here versus Rawas.
I'll be interested to see how he can hold on to this now. Often tired. Oh, well, not very well, apparently. Straight off the kickoff. Wanted to go for a delayed play of his own. Rawas immediately recognizes that, and you can tell because he doesn't flip into the ball. He just does a simple soft jump really late into the challenge. And that's what takes it over. Sultan could get that one back for free, though. No, save from Rawas. He's known for his defense for a reason, but this breaks away. Just doesn't have enough left available for the recovery. And Sultan positioned himself accordingly.
That's a great goal for himself there. Sultan finally forcing Rawas' hand here, and I really do like the way he's being a bit more confident prior to his previous 2 game performances. Rawas up in the air, though, 1 reset, and this time finally Sultan stopping. And I think he's being a bit more analytical with a lot more of his challenges in comparison. Last time he just positioned himself wherever he felt comfortable, but in this one he's really prioritizing positioning over where Rawas is expecting to go. And sometimes these mind games, Rawas, shows you the level this man operates at, and this is definitely looking like a play that could go in his favor. Sultan still handing on to that lead by a thin thread.
Sultan has a chance to potentially extend there. Rawas will have his pocket picked. Sultan is just left with completely equal space in between the sticks. This all comes again from an early challenge from Rawas. Dare I say, a disrespectful challenge from the Falcons side. And this gives Sultan that double lead, though 3 minutes still to go. We know how quickly Rawas can up the tempo. He ups it immediately off the kickoff. It's great control, dragged into that bottom corner. And Sultan's work is still cut out for them.
Well, we did say it is a very long test. It's not true or false. It's multiple choice questions. And right now, I think Sultan is definitely questioning his entire performance here. He's trying his best to hang on. With 1 goal for the better, the only advantage he can press here right now versus Rawas as he tries to get that reset. Locked out again, and this is Rawas' speed. Picks it up as time has gone by. His stat factors always has continued to improve. There's not one moment you will see him coming in slow for attack here. And again, even with this one, Sultan could have pressed there. That's a great save. Pops it off that poster and out it goes, but not enough really to keep Rawas at bay here as he takes that one with the wave dash and slaps that one in bottom left corner. What a placement for Rawas.
Well, Sultan was just sitting back. He had so many chances thrown his way. He didn't want a moment to overcommit, but with that lack of commit, Rawas has just been given free reign to make all the decisions himself. Sultan, off his own corner, has one very simple choice with no flip resets available in that play. Has to time this 50 to perfection. 40 found a gap between Rawas, but Rawas just gives him that forbidden fruit. Sultan takes a bite, and with that, Rawas could join the Garden at 2-0.
Yeah, it looks like the Garden of Eden is going to get slowly depopulated bit by bit. And the trees, no matter how sweet, will taste very bitter for Sultan, who's tried his best, but outdone by Rawas. There's the 6th, and he is once again, and as I mentioned, when it comes to the latter half of his performances in the near end of the game, past that 2-minute marker, nearing that 1 minute 30, this is where Sultan starts losing his mojo, starts losing out, and the smoke there really starts just completely bypassed every single time by Rawas. And wherever I felt there was a campfire, a warm, soothing presence from Sultan, and it's just going to go, oh my god. Oh my god.
This is Morksy-esque from Rawas. Waits until there's 0 sparks in his car and just sends an absolute thunderstrike towards the top of Sultan's net. And with that thunderclap, that is surely this series put to rest. Sultan will have to find some mental recovery after this one. Rawas will continue to make some noise. There's another beat. There is surely goal 8.
Well, double the lead again, and we're always just falling for the trap that Sultan might be able to outdo the storm that is Rawas himself. But unfortunately, not only is his speed like lightning, his performances and his very presence as loud as a thunderstrike, as you mentioned there from the ceiling. Sultan able to save that, clear that down to the corner. Rawas takes that big boost. Sultan big clear, but wrongly enough, Rawas recovers. Instant aerial from his own half there, and he's keeping the ball close, well positioned for a shot. Blocks that double tap attempt. Sultan can't recover. Takes that corner. Rawas attempting to go for a psycho, and he actually just slaps that straight to the ceiling, giving Sultan maybe the most confident opportunity he had for a shot, but just couldn't get that read that he needed. Neither the pace now, the angle is looking very tight for Sultan. So too is that time as the seconds are ticking down. Rawas now having to force himself to jump up there. Sultan with an arsenal reset, but no shot, he goes out.
Refuses to get cracked. 25 seconds. And at this point, it feels like a victory lap in Rawas's favor. Double tap will get the job done. The Falcons' goal explosion will be his celebratory fireworks. And Sultan gives him that congrats in chat. 9-4. Rawas had this game so close between himself and Sultan. But when it was about creating that gap and being the difference, of course, Rawas comes out on top.
Well, this is just typical performances within expectations, but credit to Sultan for trying his best to temper the storm that is Rawas, but unfortunately, he will not be the thing that stops him for tonight. It will still be Rawas, and he is winning, going 2-0 in Swiss, and so too 3-0 in the series. This man is unbeaten.
Really impressed with Sultan, though, and now with the remaining series that are left to be played, I expect we will see him in round 4 and round 5 still competing for that first ever top 16 spot in the Middle Eastern region. Of course, has already achieved that title in 3v3 over in APAC. But MENA, with that world spot on the line, definitely have the higher pedigree in this specific instance. But as for Rawas, no questions of his pedigree. One player called themselves a king. One player has been wearing that crown for years. Rawas with the sweep.
Well, that's GG's. Great performances from Rawas again, and this time, thankfully, we do get some more time to go on a quite more lengthier break in comparison to just zipping on and zipping off in comparison. Now, we do still get some time, but at the same time, for the players, we're gonna probably do and see who else we can follow in the progression for RLCS 1v1 MENA Swiss stage. In the meantime, guys, if you guys want to see more streams, they're all available. Ahmed is streaming, Senzo is streaming. We got quite the co-streamers on for tonight. It ain't just us, but nonetheless, we will see you guys after a break. We need to give ourselves some rest just to, as the players do, while we wait for the games to begin, and we'll see you guys after these messages. In the meantime, enjoy the replays. We'll see you guys soon. Hello there everybody, welcome back after quite the lengthy break. A good change as well, because we are now chill, cool as ice, just like the players and their current performances as well. And we can see one of the best goals of today. That was Moxie-esque flick, rips that one down, and what a hero to send it off and send off Sultan as well, back home with his tail between his feet. So that was round 2 of Swiss. We do get some time now to look at the brackets very closely to the performances of other players as well as our very own that we've been watching this whole time. We have seen some amazing games. We've seen a loss there coming in from R7 versus Mutter. TFZU is going against a DQ against Khajij, and after all, he has lost against Nush as well, 3-1. Nemo lost to Viziz 3-0 as well. Then we got Bang versus Nupo 2-0. That's that's going to be happening. FBI versus Dr. Known. Khajij versus Willie. Viziz versus Ops, Nush versus Mutter, Swizx versus Dark. So we've seen some very interesting games here and names, that is for sure. There's Sir Pig, but I think the one we're going to be watching out for pretty sure is the other half of the package of the twins from Falcons. It's Killiers coming up pretty soon.
Yeah, it escaped us in round 2. We did intend to watch that Killiers versus Mohammed matchup. Anticipated that one to be a little bit closer than it was, but with a sweeping victory, Mohammed is now sent to the neutral to take on TRK. Oh my goodness, what a Q2 round Mohammed is forced to play. But in that 2-0, it's going to be Rawas versus Rada and Kalias versus Truk. We've also got Sultan, who we believe with that performance they've just had against Rawas could be on his way to his first ever top 16 qualification. Is going to have to beat Tartagear first in that matchup. But over in that 0-2, I want to look at that Khalid versus Def matchup. That's got potential to be pretty exciting as they fight for survival.
Yeah, it's definitely a fight to the death, that is for sure. But making mention of that too, we do have some equally interesting results from round number 2 here, if I do remember making mention of that. So Unexpected versus Abdullah was 3-1. Death lost 3-0 to TRK. Warden finally won 3-0 versus iKhalid. Tigir versus 3-2. So Tex looks like he might be inbound for a complete overall loss and elimination if he doesn't get his head on straight here. As you mentioned, Muhammad versus Clear is going 3-0 as well. Fahad 3-2 versus himself, and Radda with Radda the winner. And of course, the very game we saw Sultan versus Rawas, a game that always doubled the lead near the finish line every single time for Rawas here versus Sultan, and sent him right back to his own kingdom come, that is for sure. But Swiss stage Group A has been quite the entertaining one. We haven't been able to watch Group B. We haven't been able to watch Swiss A too much, unfortunately. But the way we've been able to watch what we can, just taking some quick little glances at, has been equally good group stage as well. So RLCS MENA Swiss stage, when it just comes down to it, Sir Pegasus, we have not been bereft of convenient entertainment at all.
No, not at all. We had a really good first 2 series to watch. Of course, we somewhat followed the journey of Rawas. That one's going to happen off our screens now, and we will focus on this next upcoming matchup. The other half of that family tree, a different branch, all cut from the very same cloth. It is Kalias versus Truk. And well, the Team Stallions player has been alongside the likes of Twiz and Nush, and oftentimes that has left them in the shadows. But here in 1v1, you've got that opportunity to step up as an individual. And well, what a statement piece this could be if they could take down one of the most feared siblings in the entirety of the RLCS.
They've done it in some capacity when it comes to the performances in RLCS 3v3 for the MENA just prior to the Boston Major. This is a team that has managed to overtake the very Falcons, but we've got the Wings of Freedom Falcons versus the orange grounded horses here coming in from the Stallions. So this is high pedigree gameplay, high pedigree players, and right now we are looking to get this game started pretty soon. So predictions right now, what do you feel is the case here for yourself, Mr. Pig?
Well, it's very tough to go against Kalias in any single playlist, and that is going to include the 1v1s as well. So for me, my favour is going to go towards that side, but I expect this to potentially be the closest series we've had so far, and that's really saying something when we had TRK versus Rawas in round 1 of the Swiss stage. And I mean, with that matchup even existing in the first place, we recognize that The entire Rocket League world has been flipped completely upside down. You never know who could take this matchup on the pitch. So respect is there for Truk, but the history is always going to favor a player of Team Falcons.
Yeah, it's just different stakes when you see players like Clears here popping into the lobby. Truk, though, individually such a great player, such a great talent. But I think it's feasible to say that he's more of a chemistry-focused player. He's definitely someone who's really good at playing when it comes to having some team-oriented gameplay. 3v3, though, we know is a different ballgame and a whole different playlist in comparison to 1v1. It's individual capabilities. And as the kickoff timer ticks down, it is the beginning of hopefully a fantastic story between themselves. It's Truk versus Clears.
Truk finished in the top 16 of the 2025 1v1 MENA Worlds qualifier. But in that top 4 spot, the semi-finals, that's where Clears lay, only losing to the eventual Middle Eastern representative. So there is going to be a lot of pressure on himself to repeat that very same feat, pressure to stay at the top, but he's certainly not unfamiliar with.
No, not at all. Pressure is made of tires, and in this case, Truk is circular and prepared, made of rubber, elastic gameplay already right now, and he's got himself some fantastic goals to respond back to Clears' onslaught. And right now, though, Truk regaining back possession of the ball, though it leaves him quickly enough. There goes the demo against Clears. It's time to shine. I think now a demo respawns being a factor. Even then, the choice was not made from Clears. He gives the free one over to Truk.
Truk of Team Stallions already off for the races. First goal in this best of 5 against another player that has sat at the very top of the region. Will be the underdogs in 1v1, but they're used to that spot as well. Clears on the half turn, keeps the ball close, tries to flick across, not going to take it away from the reach of Truk. Instead, we'll have to try and create a bit of uncertainty for his opponent. Now, with his own control, doesn't get the power he's looking for, and this should be a simple recovery.
Very, very simple recovery indeed, as Clears now taking his time off that sidewall. Truk getting in the way of that, recovering instantaneously enough to block out the follow from Clears, as he sends that one right back down to his own corner. His half here is already beginning. Clears looking for his first goal. Not a situation you would find with Watson, but instead with Clears, it requires a bit more time. He likes setting those traps, and that was one part of his plan there, that's for sure. The bait was set. But Truk, what? Biggest mistake we've seen is him losing it off. That just bounces elastically off of that post, and out it goes, and he saves his own shot there. Cross map now, this time for Clears to see what he can do. One reset pop, and Rook somehow saves it. What?
Back onto Truk. 100 boost picked up in the corner. Clears has such little in the tank. Those 3 pads are going to have to be the difference. The crossbar, though, is hit first. Back on the turn. Truk sends it high. Has the boost to reach it. And the net is left open. It's happening. Approaching the halfway point. It's been the lowest scoring match of the day. And it's favored Truk.
You can see the quality, you can see the levels of these players here, but the other half of the twin package from the Falcons roster, Clears right now, has never looked a little bit more uncertain versus Truk right now. Truk, though, definitely someone to watch out for. I would say a little bit more of an unknown name for a lot of players. Maybe underestimating him is part of the thing right now, as Truk's here will take his time from his own corner. The ball connects for Clears, so nonetheless, the exchange will not go in his favor completely. That's off that side wall now. He's taking his time, keeping the ball close. Truk flicks that one through midway of that, and actually gets a demo as well at the same time. Quite a 2-for-1 deal he is gaining for himself, but Truk is a masterful analyzer of this game right now, taking his time, pops it one in the air, just waiting to see when Clears will jump for the ball, and even then, on the last second, Clears never ascended the air, not even once, but saves it this time. Forced to use a lot of boost. There's a demo from Truk. And this one will be converted immediately to the goal here. Clears waiting to see where he can just pop that one through the midfield right now, but he will get blockaded by Truk here. There's no boost for him to use, and Truk trying to see the best place to place a shot. That just goes off that bar, and out it goes again. There's Truk for the blockage once more in the midfield.
This hasn't been a mechanical showdown between these two. Truk been trying to outsmart his way to victory. For Clears, it's all in the efficient fundamentals. Takes the ball, great control on top of his car. The flick is even better, and now This one hangs a little bit more in reach, but it's been Truk with a majority of the chances. Clears almost sends it into their own net. Truk is denied by the crossbar once more. And those double dings has Clears believing he's saved by Verbel. A third chance comes across, but 3 strikes, you're out. Possession falls Clears.
Yeah, he's looking for his hat trick right now. Truk locked out by a lot more of an expressive Clears in this game, but with less than a minute left, and as you mentioned, lowest scoring game we've seen. The performances from Clears a little bit more under question, because right now it seems Truk's offense has been able to puncture a lot more holes in Clears' defense than we were expecting to see, but nonetheless, Truk here taking his time has his lead by 1, hanging on by a very, very thin, fine line. But as a Spider Silk is extremely strong, so too is Truk's defense to continue to block off a lot of what Clears has been doing. Truk here waiting with 13 seconds. He's got the boost. He's got the advantage. He can press it. There's the equalizer there from Clears, 2-2.
And you can spend as much time as possible building a gorgeous web, but one foul swipe can have it all come crashing down. Truk has to start again from square one, potentially heading towards the negatives, but shot doesn't land from Clears. This one will settle back to kick-off positions. Goal 5 is going to be our opening decider.
An absolutely golden game to begin. Clears sharp turn just to block Truk. And I don't know if that's the biggest mistake Truk just did, because he's given a free lob over to Clears, but he sends that off the backboard and out it goes, regaining the ball back momentarily. And in the corner now, Clears watching out for that demo attempt from Rook. Those wall dashes, always that snippy, but there's a demo from Clears. Oh, he fills a doomsday dish. That's a dish that's not even served at all.
That's served cold. Clears with his icy heart stabs through Truk's very own. That is such an upsetting result for Truk, who worked so hard to hold a majority of that advantage. But just in that final minute, Clears was unlocked and will gladly let himself into Truk's defense. 1 game leads for Clears, and for Truk, it's going to be back to the drawing board.
Well, call that a home invasion, because it seems like Truk, who was resting comfortably in the living room, has been robbed of a game by Clears here. We were underestimating Clears' potential for comebacks, because in comparison, Rawas, a much more dominating presence in the field. Clears is a silent killer. This man managed to outdo Truk here, a player we had confidently overtaking Clears, but the point differences comes down to 300 possessional plays, though favoring Truk. Lots it out, and he's doing the same mistakes that Sultan was, and losing out to the pressure, losing out to the names of these players. Your Clear is able to get a game 1 win in the most surprising of fashion.
Very surprising, but at the same time, before this series began, we had an expectation of which player was going to be on top, and so far that prophecy stands true. Truk caused that shock within the first few minutes. With all of that performance they've had so far, Clears takes to the skies, wants to bomb, doesn't land it on Truk. The save is good, the counter-attack has to match as well. Might go for an air dribble bump of their own for a taste of their own medicine. Clears times his flip to perfection.
That's what it means. That's what it means to maintain that flip. The biggest advantage one has, especially when you're on the goal line, defending that net with your life on the line here. It's that one flip that can change the meaning of a game. 1 second is all it takes for a mistake to happen. But if you're grounded like the way Clears does against Truk's onslaught of shots, you get to see a game performance like this from him. Now Truk, in comparison, taking his time. There's an instant flick there from Clears, punishing Truk. There's the first goal. Finding it in a minute.
Well, there are going to be no balls punched in this second game. No funny business from Clears. This could turn into a professional beatdown if he continues this early pressure, though Truk has still had chances of their own. 50
oh my
and still
God.
goes towards Kaliers. The counter comes quick. Second goal surely secured. And for a brief moment, I thought this one was hitting off the post. Trick was praying for that exact same result. Instead, it's kickoff positions. How are you going to respond?
Oh my God. Crook with the cook. Crook with the cook. He gets himself a goal. Punctures that hard outer shell of the defense coming from Kaliers. But right now, he himself will get at least one goal for the taking. Misses out the recovery from the midfield, gives it away to Kaliers again, and there's a goal.
Starting to extend. He already has put his foot through the door with that first game. And Trick is really struggling to kick him out of it. Back towards that back wall, low boost. It's a rare moment where resources have fallen against him. He's been an intelligent player so far, especially with how he's conserved his boost counts for a majority of the time. That corner's stolen, not a shred of light in that home boost, but it doesn't seem to need it. Still finds control, still from their own goal line and backboard. Has taken it across to Kaliers' side, now has the chance to refuel. Every little piece comes together. It's cool, calm, and calculated. It's Trick.
Call him the chef, cause Truck there managed to cook up a nice flip reset shot. Kaliers able to save it, but forced to now try and bypass Truck, who has the advantage. But even then, that's the thing. If you watch Moxie, you watch Kaliers, you watch Nupo, these guys are so good at attacking, even with zero boost, that you're starting to think that these guys have an endless supply of fuel in their tanks. But even then, they run out. Resources can be limited, and the pressure can be taken away if a player plays their cards right. And in this case, I feel like the right side he's facing here, Truck, he's keeping his cards close, and he has some tricks still available, but it's not going to be enough really just yet. Kaliers is still the bigger threat, and he is ready to pounce with the cards in his set. Rook here saving on the scoreline. Pressure immediately. Oh, he pops that one right back down. Kaliers gets his fourth.
Had an ace in his sleeve. And that was that positioning on the edge of the 6-yarder. First chance flies through, but he hadn't committed his entire card towards the play as well. The bump is good against Trick. Low boost though is going to prevent the instant challenge, but it's not always about the first play. It should have been about the second. The tertiary will go to Trick, but on the quad, Kaliers manages to get that block, and now we're back to 5. Kaliers with the 3-goal lead.
What a way to detach Truck from the play and cement himself as the likely winner, because it seems like Truck, though there was a lot of energy, is not really going to be able to get himself grounded in this game here, coming closer. As Kaliers in comparison, misses the double tap. Truck allowing that to happen for free, not even attempting to save it, but I think he's going to go ahead and not look like give Torsen the mouth there. That's himself a very awkward third goal from Kaliers' own mistake. That last touch, a little bit unnecessary.
It's from that really early flick in the recovery. Of course, there is that urgency when you're facing towards your own net, but your flick locks in your position. It locked him into one that was completely unfavorable. That's a nice decision made from Trick Foe. Send it high, give yourself all the time in the world just to pick up that 100. Kaliers has had the opportunity for themselves, but they are going to be happy with how this play has developed. Trick ever more so with possession, and the ball found in the back of the net. Still within one. Kaliers isn't exactly running away from it.
Wow. He just keeps expanding his scoreline, and Truck right behind him every single time, but it looks like his fangs can't really sink deep enough to stop Kaliers. It's a mouthy meal, that is for sure. Kaliers, though, in comparison, cements himself, grounds himself, and it is a building that will be very hard to topple. There is the winner here, likely Kaliers, and he's inbound for a 3-0 sweep versus Truck, and at the same time a full-on near sweep as well for Swiss stage, because this is the last round he needs to qualify for tomorrow.
Back on for Truck. High Kaliers Doesn't get that initial read, but Truk has to play for the ball eventually. That's way too late. You've given Kaliers so much time to recover. Now the possession, now the dish! And that is served boiling hot for Truk.
Backhanded slap off the Fennec. Instant recovery. I don't even know how, but it just dings off that post. And in it goes again for Kaliers. This is just beyond what we were expecting. First game, the most shakiest performance we've ever seen from Kaliers, but ever since then, it's been a whole new Kaliers. And well, talk about the first half, his name, Kill, that is for sure. He is absolutely slaughtering Truk right now. It is now down to 2. What could be the final seconds of this game, though the previous one started off with nearly only 3 goals, 4 goals scored total, it's now been overtaken completely. Truk here now with the Kaliers, total of there's the 8 there now. There's the actually it was 12 there now. Apologies. Well, my math is so very off. A lot of goals scored in comparison to the previous one there, but Kaliers, big miss, but Truk just trying to get back his confidence with that last edge of a bump.
Kickoff could still give Truk a chance. That is not going to be for one. Kaliers has secured this second game. He will be putting himself on match points. Almost left with a little bit extra as well. But Truk makes sure those greedy fingers stay away from his net on 0 seconds. Now having to pick up 3 in a row if they want to advance to the top 16. Kaliers, though, I said it is that response to adversity that makes champions. Didn't need a timeout, didn't need a coach in the most mentally draining mode that exists in Rocket League. This recovery has been excellent.
The performance equally so. I think it has far outshone what we were expecting to see from Truk as well. But from Kaliers, this is again well within expectations and performances from Kaliers' side. You just don't come to the levels of being picked up by Falcons as a roster, ripped away, but still being there with your very own twin. And the performance just does not at all stagnate when it comes to the Wasp, when it comes to Kaliers. We've seen both sides of the Twins, and both of them are now inbound to going 3-0 in the Swiss stage and in their games as well, because right now, oh man, I'm just questioning how do you become so in sync with your own twin where you're both every single time mirroring each other. I guess that's just for Wasp and Kaliers. But right now, final opportunity for Truk. Pig, I still have some hope. Maybe maybe Truk there. Maybe he can shave off one game maybe versus Kaliers here, just to show that he's not the unstoppable force he looks like. But the silent killer for today, Wasp, looks like he might just find himself with the first goal. No, goes wide.
Both players, of course, representing an organization. It's Falcons for Kaliers, and Team Stallions might not be in pole position, but it's so tough to beat when you've got workhorses like Kaliers leading the charge.
Now 1-0 already. 30 seconds haven't been gone, and though usually you see Truk taking the lead, there's a great save coming in from him. And that to the corner. We're gonna see what Kaliers does with this ball. What a connect. That is just glued to the front of the car there. But even then, Truk does not fear at all the pressure coming in from his opponent. Now with possession on the top of his car, making the initial flick, but again the Forster. How did Kaliers ascend that high? That is just amazing defenses. How do you even become so aggressive and so calculating to the level where it feels like you're unstoppable? This is Kaliers, the base. Truk though gets a save.
And he'll likely get this equalizer as well. It cuts across after a very committal play coming from Kaliers. One of his strongest points in that last matchup was how he still could get those shots on net while sticking outside the 6-yarder, bait out a lot of these heavy touches on the saves, and then respond accordingly. This time we're seeing a very different side of him. Keeps it close, uses that wave dash, wants that top corner, but Truk recognizes the rotation of Kaliers' car, makes that save, but still needs more if they want to lead.
There's still opportunities from Truk. One reset takes that one down there, Kaliers. knows when to give up on a play that is just impossible to make it advantageous anyway for yourself. But Trook with possession forces Clears to go back to his own corner, and this is Trook's time to shine. He's got the ball. Oh, he's got the pressure. Out of his own mistake, he actually squeezed it off the post, and out it goes from the crossbar away. And this time, no matter how sharp those cuts may be, Clears just that much more sharper.
Good catch as well. Completely unnecessary. Could have just slammed this one home, but just wanted to show all of that prowess at the ground game as well. Hasn't been as aerial dominated as the past two series we've seen. Of course, there have been a fair few attempts, but they often have fakes to follow, though Clears could break the mold here. Does get that reset, but it's a familiar. Just take it to the ground, play it safe. He doesn't have to make any risks when he's already got one goal of the lead. Trick's not going to land that demo either, but that boost pickup could cause a lot of damage for the Clears camp in defense. I'll have to switch actually to the other side of the pitch if he's going to want a full tank. Instead, has picked up the pad, waits up at near post, but there's just a clear power imbalance.
Well, when it comes down to pushing it in your favor, that is how you do it. Clears, unfortunately, sees the other end of the scales there because it tips in favor for Trook off that exchange here. He had the pressure. Kept Clears thinking what could go next or what could happen next there. No plan B this time. Trook engages in a very aggressive display of trying to get this ball back. Trook here. Now, soft touch. And bumps out Clears, but actually right in position for the save as well. The counter now. Actually going hand for Trook once more. Not giving away this for free just yet. He knows how expensive and how costly a mistake will be right now if he loses it out. Now that the tie is here, 2 minutes left with the 2-2. We just can't help but just laugh on the inception of twos here for today because it's also 2 in favor for Clears. Less than 2 minutes remaining, but can Clears finish this game off with a sweep, or will we see Trook force a game number 4? Who knows?
Has to start from the defense. Brings it towards that left-hand side. Clears with the catch. It's great power! And Clears to fight for the great responsibility of representing the Middle East. This is 1v1s. That's your power flick. That could be the qualifying strike.
Well, explosive power is what Clears is known for. A bit more showboaty now. Reading that off the backboard. Trook in comparison. Looking for the double tap. Makes the initial touch. You know he has not enough boost. Assets low. Resources now for him. Calling into question his capabilities of trying to recover this with 3-2. 1 minute remaining. He's just nipping those pads as fast as he can. Can he get a shot? No. Clears disadvantage. He presses it with the boost amount that he had and recovers instantaneously. Now, Trook in comparison. Waiting to save that right wing there. Sees a lot of action between these two. Big shot there. Misses it away. Trook. 2 goals still hanging in the balance. Waiting to see what Clears does. Jumps over his head. One reset. Oh! Outside the box. Clears. Wow!
1v1 is two-sided. No one there to help with the defense.
That is it.
Clears makes it 4. And that will surely pick up his 3rd. It's about more than qualifying for the top 16. It's about getting that incredible seeding as well for the best chances to advance to top 6. Clears was a top 4 caliber player in RLCS 2025's 1v1. And even that's very hard ball to break. Could be taken, but hold on. There's still time for Trick survival.
A Rook getting another one there. And just like a chess piece, the Rook there is ready and placed for another one. One more goal to add to his repertoire. But that resume needs one more to qualify for the tie. The Rook looking for a flag. Sends that one ripping through. We credited Clears with a fast and powerful flick. Karuk right behind him. There's the tie. 4-4. 11 seconds remaining. He wins the kickoff. Takes it up on himself.
No way.
High. Looking for that double tap. Can Clears save this? No! It's Karuk with the winner.
What is going on? Clears had this series in his hands. who is already planning his trip towards the top 16, but Trick has put a stake in those plans. There's the final beat. We're going to game 4.
Wow, what a comeback. Game 4, something that just looked like a possibility. But Killiers, one of the biggest sells we've seen for a 3-0 sweep. Killiers lost it, tipping the scale in his favor, and won in a moment no one expected. Last second chances, and now it's time. Turok will force game 4.
At this point, I don't know if we're going to 5 or not. Trick, it takes so much responsibility on yourself in one to accept. But you are deep behind. It's all off your own accord. You've got no one else to blame for these performances. And still, to be able to bring yourself back up, take that fight against a player who is sat at the top of the region for as long as it has even existed. This cannot be understated. They've been the underdogs for the entirety of the season. This stallion is looking more like a dark horse.
And I feel like just a dark horse, he is not to be underestimated. The silent killer we credited Killiers for, it's in his name. He is a slaughterhouse built on wheels, stacked up with a very impressive outer hard shell and an equally impressive kill list of players behind him. Killiers now, I think he's going to be wrapping up the speed because Turok looking to be a much bigger threat than we expected here. It looks like this horse, this stallion, has some hidden fangs ready to puncture. Killiers' outer shell here for tonight. Looks like the wings of freedom from the Falcons representative. Looking to ascend high. Keeping the ball close. Turok misses the exchange, and it's a favor there for Killiers for the first one.
But Killiers has learned his lesson as well. He's looked to this gift horse in the mouth on numerous occasions, and Trick has responded with that bite you called for. Low boost on the kickoff. If there's any player I'd back in low boost, it appears to be that Trick is the one to watch over here in Middle East North Africa. Killiers flick doesn't get past Trick, still stays on that central line. Killiers is left pressured to their own half. Not many players that can plant that on him, but it's a great beat at the first attempt. Just doesn't have the gap to break in for the second instead.
Oh my
Plays
God.
it close, waits for that to happen, and this is going to be a cool, calm moonwalk home.
Wow, Killiers. We talked about how cool, calm, and collected, but the threatening movement from him. Their hat truck shaking in his boots, or in his hooves to be more accurate in this case. From the stallion though, he looks like he's regained back his footing, and he gets one goal and manages to again overtake. Well, just get one goal here for the better against Killiers right now. Still a minute, only haven't been gone.
We'll continue to clip and clop until the series is dropped. Another catch from Trick. Doesn't get past Killiers, but just gives him all the space he needs to pick up the 100. You saw Killiers hesitate. Should I go for the boost? Should I stay involved? He made the right decision, and it's still not enough.
Turok, 2-2. And right now, it looks like this horse can carry a lot more weight than we expected. But a long shot there. Biggest mistake was from Turok. Was given enough space for Killiers to make a comeback on this one, and he overtakes him again. Snappy, sharp turns there from Killiers, and that will catch Turok off guard. 3-2. And I'm still hoping maybe, just maybe, we might see a reverse sweep, but that's still under question right now, Sir Pig.
Certainly is. Killiers, though, wants to give us some early answers. Trick looks really awkward there, almost getting the goal straight away for Demo. Picks where they spawn. Killiers plays that fake, and you always risk that with the far post recovery. You've only got one way to send the momentum. Killiers knows you're only going to spawn with those 30, and he takes that so coolly. That's experience. That's Killiers at his best.
Well, he rips his soul apart, and then he rips his axles as well. What more can he rip away? Maybe that win and the possibility of a reverse sweep here. And now it's 5-2. Big attempt there from Turok. He tried to gather that ball on top of his car there, but unfortunately from him, It just wouldn't happen. Yes, fake. Fake is exactly what happened from Killiers, but Turuk looking for a bypass pass that may be a line, but he's gonna have to pay a heavy toll, and it looks like he won't be able to cash it in. Surpassing him is gonna be difficult. It's Killiers' 6th, and it's only half the game still left. It's Turuk down by 4.
The only thing Killiers can't fake is his confidence. That is somehow ramped up in this 4th game despite the heartbreaking end his 3rd had. Demo lands, Killiers has another open net to take. And that last game had left him in a fit of rage. And now all of the brunt of that emotion is being shown in this 4th game. Trick has pointed the stick at what is now a very, very angry bear.
Angry bear, or maybe angry bird in this case, because the Falcon member is... Wow, that's a great goal actually from Truck. Caught him off guard. That's definitely one for the books here from Trucks' part. Keeping the ball close and had Killiers on the back foot. The wings won't be right enough to stop this shot this time. Turuk now. Another kickoff going in his favor. Instantaneous cut there from Killiers. Knows not to give Turuk any more space there than warranted in this situation. He use all the space he can need, because right now it is still the possibility of that reverse sweep looking still imminent. 2 minutes remaining, and it looks like Turuk is not at all off of this train. He's booked his ticket. He's hoping to meet that destination. There's a shot, simple flick there. Killiers saves it and forces it to the corner. It's going to be Turuk. Oh no!
Oh no, that's devastating. I was just about to say, Godzilla, you're tempting fate. We tried to call this series early in the last game, and we know what followed. Trick somehow pulled the rabbit out of the hat. 5 goals needed in under 2 minutes just to push for OT, and that's assuming Killiers doesn't get another chance at net. Trick flick doesn't beat Killiers, somehow tips it out wide, gets the 100 boost as well. Can see that his opponent's got a full tank, but it will not matter. A flick of pure class, another bullet sent in the back of the net of Trucks. It's his 2nd game he's done that in a row, but something tells me this will have a happier ending.
Yeah, another hole in the confidence for Truck. Against Truck here. He himself pops another flick there. Not the bullet we've seen from Killiers, but definitely a pellet that does shake up Killiers. Still keeps him and forces him to remain vigilant, as it's 1 minute 30 seconds remaining. One might say maybe more than enough time for a possibility for Truck. He's already done it before. Can he repeat the process?
It's only this playlist where you'd have that belief in this scoreline. It's only this player where you'd have that belief as well. But Killiers just has a habit of grinding down their opponents and any hopes and dreams they may have at a top spot.
10-4, following in his twin brother's footsteps, will equal that, actually mirroring his twin brother here. There is that double the scoreline game. Turuk with a minute remaining gets a 5th, but Killiers gets the double digits.
Matching a scoreline that Rawas got on numerous occasions earlier in this stream in both of the series of his that we watched, but here in the 3rd round, in the fight for qualification, Killiers definitely was made to sweat at times, but ultimately this series is now over. It's only going to be one stain on an otherwise flawless record.
Wow.
And Trick will make sure to add another. 4 goals, 45 seconds. I'm torn on this one.
I really am too. I definitely look at this and I'm thinking, wow, just wow. The performances from Turuk have been fantastic, but Killiers, par for the course. Whenever you decide to enter a game like this versus Killiers, you are facing him on home ground where he will call all the shots. Turuk tried his best, but unfortunately, he's starting to realize that the house of cards is ready to topple. And though he tried filling it one, it just won't be enough to stop. Oh my God, Killiers. Squishy save, ground page recovery off that sidewall, and he gets himself another goal. And there's the GGs, the call for the forfeit. Crook has given up and waved the white flag.
And I'm not sure if that one makes the montage either, but I actually really liked that goal from Killiers. Just a pinch on the ground to send it home. The final player leaves the pitch. And what remains is, of course, a qualification on the side of Killiers to likely join their twin at that very same spot with a very favourable seeding as well. As for Truk, it's going to be a trip down to round 4 to get another 2 chances at qualification. And again, despite the defeat on our stream, I have very high doubts that qualification isn't exactly how his day will end.
No, not at all. I think Brooks still has more to offer. He is a whole package player, full of potential, but it just won't happen yet today. He will have to face defeat at the hands of the Falcons member. Looks like that beak was much sharper than the Stallion was expecting. And right now, with the double-digit marker, it is Killiers with the win. But looking at the state of the other games in round number 3 for the Swiss stage, there are some games to update. Death has lost to Khalid for 3-0. He himself has been swept as well. So Abdullah versus Tex with a DQ from Abdullah. Tex winning this one. So his time and place, an opportunity for him still to stay in the duration of the Swiss stage. His dreams aren't over yet, just ready to be shattered, as he will face off in round number 4 of the Swiss stage. In comparison though, Fahad versus TFCU going 3-1, and Warden winning versus Unexpeded 3-0 as well. So there have been a couple of sweeps and some games with an expectations. A bit of a surprising win for Tex, even though it's a forfeit one, but it is a game win and nonetheless for himself here. So now, guys, likely a break to see, but TRK versus M7MD is still happening. That is a great series to see. Radda versus Rawas 9, and also Sultan versus Tigir, and that's it. Those are the remaining games. Until then, we will go on a quick little break, guys. There is more of the RLCS MENA one we want to see, but right now, that is it from us, and we'll see you guys soon.
Don't wanna forget what you feel like, what you feel like. Don't wanna forget what you feel like, what you feel like. Tell me somebody how long he will be on my mind. He will be on my mind. He will be on my mind.
Welcome back, everybody, to RLCS 1v1 for the MENA region. Brought to you by Ground Zero, of course, in collaboration with Redirect Esports. And joining me in the booth has been Sir Pegasus this whole time. We've had some riveting games. We've had some very close games. We've had opportunities, but of course, the very typical names that we expected to see. The pedigree of the players and their resumes is well within expectations. But right now, we're going to look at a quick little glance at Group A right now. There's Sir Pegasus.
Yeah, unfortunately, we've been a bit out of sync with Group A, so we are going to be sticking with all of the Group B games, but still, we do want to give you all of the resulting answers. Dr. Known actually knocks down to the 2-1 bracket after a defeat to FBI in that first matchup. Will set them up to play against Willy in that 2-1 round. And as much as that sounds like the highlights from that area of the bracket, I'm looking more at Nush versus Dr. Known, former teammates having to clash in this specific instance. And that is certainly going to have the group chat piling up. But over in the 1 and 2, fighting against elimination to give them one more chance at qualifying for the top 16. Is it FSOL versus Mother versus Room, KJJ, Aziz, and Swizx. Apologies, I am an Englishman. I will try my very best with all the names over on Group B. This is where our attention has lay for the majority of the stream, and that's not going to change anytime soon, though still a few results we've had to wait on for that side, but we know for sure that Mohammed fortunately dropped down after a game 5 versus TRK. So whilst TRK is going to be one win away from qualification, we're going to follow Mohammed's survival run to prevent elimination.
Now, it just comes down to, I think, just how the performances are going to be now. It's been interesting to see how these two stages of the two pools have progressed. We've seen some, I wouldn't say upsets in this case, but definitely some very, very interesting names that I would have expected to see a little bit more competition, or maybe even all just sweeps. Some of them have been the case in some DQs as well, which isn't surprising. Sometimes doesn't happen, but it's still Swiss stage, so you'd expect a bit more professionalism. But right now, guys, we are through right now the Swiss stage round number 3 for our part for group number B. And well, we've already seen some qualifications on that, and that just comes down to well, the final straws here from the side of course, Rawas and Killiers. These two were well within expectations of having won against their opponents. But right now, the upcoming names are Fahad 506 versus Taruk, and we have Radda versus TRK. Now, I don't know about you guys. Now, that is a series to watch as well. Tigir versus Warden, Mohammed versus Unexpeded. Of course, got to give some shining light fight on the Kuwaiti player, and I Khalid versus Sultan, TFC versus Tex. So more of the younger side here playing, and more of the unexperienced from the TFCU side versus Tex, the younger representative from the Saudis. So he's still got some time to see if he can pull through here for tonight. But M7MD, Mohammed from Kuwait, R8 member, alongside Ghazi and Abdullah. He is the third player and one of the youngest representatives, actually recently in the RLCS Paris Major as well. Mind you, I think 15 or 16 as far as I can recall last time. So him playing versus Unexpeded is definitely going to be an interesting series for sure there, Sir Pig.
Yeah, Unexpeded, a bit of an unexpected matchup for Mohammed to have to face over here in the 1 and 2 brackets. It's that clash to get themselves that one final chance at qualifying for the top 16. Of course, with this entire event being a qualification for the World's 1v1. This is one of the 4 very fortunate regions to get that spot, but there's going to be zero arguments about that, considering the current reigning champion is from this exact same region. We're going to get this matchup kicked off very, very soon, but we know a lot about Mohammed. In fact, internationally, Mohammed is known now ground zero. Cannot say the same story about Unexpeded.
I'm gonna have to join you in on that. In that pool as well. Swimming around, a complete lack of information. There is a very empty pool of names, but Unexpeded definitely does not ring a bell at all. But if we actually go ahead and maybe while you talk, I'm gonna try and see if I can find something about him. But it's gonna be very, very unexpected or expected to see if we find anything. Let's see if he's a threat to Mohammed, or maybe an even greater dark horse than Taruk was against his compadre. Of course, that being Clears from last game. But right now between these two sides, I'm just curious to see how Mohammed performs. This is his last chance now. If he does not win this, he is disqualified. Or actually even forced into game 5 or round 5 of the Swiss stage here.
And whilst Unexpeded might be a name that doesn't cause any recognition from ourselves and probably a majority of those in the chat as well, if you want a moment to really kick your career into gear, how about the one time where there is no reliance on not being egoed by the rest of the competition? Finding that first team is always so tough, but we've seen a bit of a rise in players in recent years that have made their start in the 1v1 playlist. This could be the story for Unexpeded, especially if they get a series win eliminating a major contender.
That would definitely elevate you to new heights, and it's definitely unexpected to say that, a player of his caliber, if he's able to push it all the way to the round 4, that he might have some things to hide that might just shake it up. But Mohammed there, we're going to wait for him to see what he will do. He's already been so great. I think watching his performance in RLCS Paris, he's showcased some incredible midfield control. He is a lot more calculated, a lot more slower in comparison. No, not to say that he's nonetheless faster if he's individually playing on the lobby of 1v1s, as I mentioned, with how different 1v1s and 3v3s operate. But when you come down to it, he's a lot more calculated. He's a lot more slower in that sense, that he actually likes to prefer to take his time with some of his plays here, which isn't a very bad quality at all in this case, because sometimes if you overextend, if you underdo yourself here, you can put yourself into very bad positions, which unfortunately we have seen a lot of, and you will bear the consequences of those decisions as well in the midst of this series.
Well, it was a very calculated style of play from Trick in the last series we watched, but kept it so close against Clears in the first place. Of course, that earns them a game win, but also could have had them advancing deeper in that series as well if that remained a bit more consistent. And of course, if you play a player who isn't of the very high quality of Clears as well. So Mohammed will have position to try and outsmart their opponents, and unlike Truk, isn't going to have to play someone of major contending grand finals appearing nature as Clears.
Now though, well, it's time to see if we actually get the game started, but there has been some inner game arguments right now between the two members. Unexpeded with M7MD clashing already before the game even starts.
Sets it up well though. At times you want a little bit of fuel to the fire before we actually light the match. It looks like this match can ignite now. It is Unexpected versus Mohammed. There's a clear favourite in this series, but how players fight from survival always brings out the max of human potential.
And potential is definitely there from M7MD, new member of the RL esports team from the MENA side overall, showcasing the newer names like Ghazi Abdullah, a new trio with M7MD as their third, and he's been doing great on this part already. RLCS near regional winner here. Wow. M7MD already from the ceiling takes that one down for a comfortable ride all the way to the destination of Unexpected's net there for the first goal.
Yeah, good start from Mohammed. Looked like they were going to get the first goal off the post. Instead, just hit the wrong area of it. So that is already immediate high signs of pressure. But my goodness, what a brave challenge coming from Unexpected. The demo will be the response from Mohammed. That earns them all that space. 100 boost is still in the favour. And I'm really liking these defensive challenges so far from the blue side.
Unexpected taking his time, gets himself a reset. Could be the goal until M7MD bumps him in the back. How he gets that save is a miracle wrapped up in itself there. But what a play from M7MD, recovering quite nicely and maintaining control here. But that one right just ripped through the back of his net. Actually encounters the backboard instead, as M7MD now taking his time. While driving to the ball, there's going to be Unexpected in the midst of this chaotic movement. M7MD with control, Unexpected now awkward. No boost really for either side here in this comparison, though. We do see a demo. Equalization will take some time there, and that's M7MD ripping that one to the backboard. That's an easy save. Recovers this, keeps up the speed as well, and that is definitely forcing Unexpected to use a lot more boost in this situation than he wants to.
Oh, but it's matching the pace of Mohammed.
Wow.
The 50 is good. His challenge for a few of these ambitious dunks, and often they have fallen his way, but haven't reached the ultimate reward of an equalizer. And you might be wondering, what's the point? We already know who the better player is. History has already told us. Over in EU, OSAFT has beaten Zen 4-1. So never count out the underdog.
Never at all, because you know what they like to do, underdogs. They like to hit you right on the most unexpected here. You see what I did? And there's goal here coming in from Unexpected himself as well. A goal which I think a lot of people are going to find it very hard of a pill to swallow here, but M7MD in comparison, now looking already down by 2. Did he score an own goal? No, very lucky to have that one hit off the post, and out it goes. Actually perfectly placed it up in the air for him to send and get himself a reset. Oh, dodgy little control off that dribble, but Unexpected now forcing this one past the midway line and to the backboard. We do see M7MD actually collect that ball and that little flip just to regain back his footing, taking his time with this air dribble. One reset, pops that over, Unexpected's head. That's 2-2.
And you didn't expect that Mohammed was just going to accept the result with half a game still to go. Brings the challenge right back. 4th goal is achieved. It's been a rare few games that have been low scoring, and it doesn't look like this one between Unexpected and Mohammed is going to be a part of that pattern either. It is a lot of highly challenging attacks towards the opposing third. Unexpected has tempted fate on a few occasions, but with that, he has taken some moments to slow down the play. This isn't going to be one of them. First touch is heavy-handed. The second one isn't enough to beat Mohammed. The bump doesn't land either, and that is all advantages granted away.
Yeah, granted very, very handily so too. M7MD taking his time. Mo here, one soft touch from Unexpected. One flick over as well. Could be the goal he needs. A pad and a dream, and he gets it. Submits his submission all the way through to Unexpected with a third.
But Mohammed isn't going to resort to submission. Still 106 seconds still to go. Recovery essentially guaranteed to be attempted by Mohammed. He's been forced into these positions quite a few times now, and that just speaks to the quality Unexpected has had so far. It's a very controlled challenge, and simplicity is going to make all the difference. Some challenges in this game never die out, no matter how high up the ladder you are. I always love a little double tap challenge.
Lead 3. Fantastic touch there, fakes out Mohamed. Unexpected. Dragging his feet to the midfield here just to collect that boost. And there's a powerful shot there. There's a force. Unexpected now, who did take some very good games versus TRK, but Unexpected doing the unexpected and forcing M7MD to his knees in the first game already.
It's been a very interesting matchup compared to a lot of the series we've had today in terms of how much space has been given either way. It's definitely been an after you, no after you type matchup. Mohamed isn't going to chase after Unexpected. Instead, heads towards the corner. No demo land. It's all going to be Mohamed's with plenty available at his disposal. The space is opened up, but the ball is too heavy towards that back wall. And that's going to be all Unexpected to clean. The shot isn't inspiring. Save from Mohamed. Does end up having this ball drop back to the center. What a save.
What a shot there. That is an absolute bullet. Lasers that one down with pristine accuracy from M7MD's part there. What a play that was, and a powerful bang to give himself a great goal. Now 4-4. He gets that side. 30 seconds remaining. And this calls into question, how will they respond? Because right now the pressure is ramping up against them. Unexpected air dribble bump. There it is. Oh my god, on the goal line. Saves it, but M7MD will not let that dream shine bright for too long.
But the lead has been in the side of Unexpected for quite a while in this game. That definitely was not expected when we entered, and he's certainly not had enough. Pinch from Mohamed off the corner, still keeps the ball in the danger area. Unexpected. No, they're not out of the woods yet. Off the corner, the bounce is good. Lands Unexpected's way, actually wants to drag it through instead of taking it to ground. Mohamed is happy for this to stay to ground. First game falls in their favor.
The R8 representative will get himself the first game win in a moment of very, very heated exchanges here, but getting himself a game 1 win like that only by a fine line versus his very, very dreary looking performances. I would say the first one here, Unexpected did great for himself. Definitely making a name for himself like this is one way to showcase your abilities, but losing out there just in defense in the last second, well, that's one way to hand over the win to your opponent as well. Unexpected will lose 1 goal, 4-5, and we're gonna have to see now how will Mohamed play the second game, because if it's this close first game, I'm still waiting to see what Mohamed does in the second one, because the progression of how we've seen close game 1s, and all of a sudden it shoots out of the sky, off the chart score lines that can hit the double digits, and it's just typical for MENA. They love scoring goals. They're just ball hungry and goal hungry, but it is the hunger. It is the hunger that substantiates a win, and we need players like these who are vying for attention to their names, building a culture of absolute audacity to what they're playing right now. The submissions of goals we've seen tonight have been great. Some highlights, that's for sure, but Mohamed in the second game now with Unexpected is looking to get his first goal off an air dribble bump.
And well, you've been using that word great. You don't spell great without R8. Mohamed representing that very same organization did enough to send them to international success. But now it has to be all on his lonesome with the likes of Nobu, Rawas, Killers, all awaiting that very same spot. Ball goes high, and Unexpected will make that first save. And the clearance, though, doesn't create any real offensive opportunities. There's just too little available to his disposal, whereas Mohamed has absolutely everything. What a save from Unexpected, but it's not enough to take possession.
Not at all, but wow, that last touch really fooled me, but I don't know how it didn't fool Unexpected. Looks like that instantaneous travel down, though. The ground bridge with enough speed, backing behind, and give himself the first goal after so long. We've seen 60 seconds of action, but finally the first goal.
Yeah, Mohamed's getting that one off the counter. And it was too many moments where I felt like Mohamed just had all of the boost advantage in comparison to Unexpected. It has to change. I need to see a lot more efficiency, because you're already facing a play that has the higher pedigree. Don't give him all the toys as well. Mohammed to make Unexpected throw the toys out the pram. Doesn't get this one below the crossbar. Instead, it bounces back out. Still, almost actually, stayed in their possession. Instead, spills away. And I like that front-footed nature of Unexpected, but it's still not enough to hold control. Control has all been Mohammed.
Yeah, it's literally just cemented himself as the... Ooh! Well, that second goal would have definitely assisted the cementing process, but it looks like that battle was stuck a little bit there, but we can actually deliver one. Mohammed now with control again. He needs no boost. This man can work on off an empty tank. This is the hunger I was talking about. He can go fast and he can starve, but this is typical for us on the MENA side. We love doing Ramadan here. And fasting is a part of that very ritual, but rituals sometimes can be blockaded. There's 1-1. There's a tie at halfway. And actually, look, unexpected here. This is unexpected to see a low score line, where otherwise we came off of a much more higher scoring game already in the past one there. Oh my god, oh no. Oh dear god, no.
Well, Mohammed is playing a woodwork challenge. He's still got the left post to go. He's hit the crossbar twice, and that still will not cover that area of the woodwork. And that has given Unexpected the chance he needs to take the lead, but there has been no question as to who has had a majority of the pressure. But when it's come actually taking those chances,
oh, wow,
it's all gone the way of Unexpected. 4 shots and 3 goals.
That is, wow, just color me genuinely surprised right now. This is Unexpected, definitely bringing a whole new ball game in the midst of this, you know, second game already, with MD having already won the previous one. But now this is an interesting series, a lot more competition from Unexpected, and it looks like the dark horse switches it out. It's all right now. The member here facing a lot more pressure in the second game. Oh, big send that one down, return to sender, and that one goes wide, unfortunately, just to the wrong address from the side of Unexpected. Did M7MD regain a reset there? No recovery for him, unfortunately. It wins out to Unexpected instead. That's 4-1 already.
4-1. Mohammed is going to be left devastated if this result goes against them. It's a good kickoff in the favor of Unexpected. It goes from bad to worse. The new kid on the block is taking down the top dogs.
Well, this is his time to shine. Unexpected, if you want to make a name for yourself, this is how you do it. You kick the top contender. You make sure that there's absolutely 0 ways for them to make a confident front. And you shatter their dreams right in front of your very eyes. That is an unmerciful game here. And 1v1s make sure that only the player with the better hefty jawline and fangs here will be the one to win. Unexpected, reaching near Brazil territory.
Salier's 1 goal needed to reach that very same spot. This is seemingly the hour of upsets, especially if Unexpected can go the entire way. It's happened in EU, that's also a Worlds qualifier. Why can't that happen here in MENA as well? The flick high, Mohammed forced to make a response. The bump will send him out of the space of the net. It's going to be another white nuke to land and blind the eyes of Mohammed.
Now, 7-1. We've seen upsets, but I don't think we've seen an upset of this level just yet, really, from the side of Unexpected.
Wow.
Arsenal reset. The lap's that high and it's over. I think they've accepted the defeat there from the side of Mohammed. And that was just a one-sided destruction there. That was just one-sided beatdown from Unexpected in the second game. No wonder he was calling a forfeit.
I'm just going to cover my eyes because I'm actually... I think they expressly said that match admin is not to be used during the Swiss days. Only the referees and the admins themselves are allowed to do that. But hey, I want this series to continue. So, chat, that's up to you whether you snitch or not. Either way, Unexpected has equalised this series and has done it in very convincing fashion. And I want to say that this was a recovery for him, but it really wasn't. That first game was definitely majority in his favor. Mohammed stole it away from him, and then after a match which looked like it was very much Mohammed's game to win, he just couldn't find the back of the net and the counters were too strong.
Yeah, that's the thing about Unexpected. Definitely a player that's as mysterious as his name. That or just the spelling was wrong on it. 50 there from Muhammad. Now it's time to bypass that midway line, but Unexpected playing quite like Rawas. I was wondering to see where I was finding this inspiration. This is exactly how Rawas plays, and talk about mirroring the results as well. The very person to score is gonna be Unexpected as well versus Muhammad.
There's inspiration in the gameplay, and I mentioned it earlier in today's stream. MENA, technically the newest region to be added to the depths of the RLCS, but now it's lasted long enough. There are different generations of player, and Unexpected looks to be a part of the fresher batch. Mohamed, though, as one of those new sides sitting at the very top, still has this equalizer, might double up as well straight after the first, but Unexpected holds it to the corner.
Yeah, and a flick as well to finally pass at that midway line. The equator of this lobby is exactly the place where you see a lot of their duels happen. And in the midst of this 1v1, it's up to Muhammad to decide which or when he just finally decides to draw his blade, because right now it does look a bit dull. One soft touch. Looks like he's sharpening up his timing as goes by Unexpected. That is the biggest mistake you can ever commit. Surely enough, it's good to use your environment. You gotta make sure that there's no monsters hiding, and this Momo plays perfectly for a redirect into Unexpected's net. 2-1, he finally takes the lead.
This game isn't put to rest, and there are no sleeping players on either side. Those are elsewhere in the brackets. Mohamed, chance to make it free. Had a majority of the attack last time, but there's a new layer of efficiency he's found. Unexpected, though, has stepped up the defense himself, taken to the skies, gotten to the beat, and I do not believe he will waste any of these opportunities. One of the most efficient players in front of net we have seen all day, and we've seen Rawas, Kalias, TRK, and Unexpected is still in that conversation.
It definitely feels like he's looking to make a name for himself and add him to that very somewhat Hall of Fame in this case here. But it takes a lot more to join that big boys club. Same thing for Momo. Big boots to fill. And right now, Muhammad slipping that one up here once. Forces Unexpected to the corner. Unexpected off the backboard. Now it's his time to see if he can finally evict himself from his own corner. He's just been superseded. It's been overtaken. It might just see the eviction notice coming soon from Momo from this game here right now. Muhammad looking for a snippet of a shot there. He signs an opportunity. Slips it right underneath Unexpected's car. There's his third.
Was the tiger in the grass just waiting for that right moment to pounce, saw a sign of weakness, and immediately sunk their teeth into the play. It's a great way to make it free for Mohamed, but Unexpected hasn't had a lack of responses in this series so far, and it doesn't look like it's going to stop now. That is a saucy 50-50, and Mohamed has been served on a platter.
Well, Muhammad, he's ready to cook. Unexpected, making sure that plate never reaches its reservation, and the table is prepared to see us here right now. Oh, that's a great play from Unexpected. Takes the lead after so long, 4-3.
That table has turned. It's back to an Unexpected lead with a kickoff. Could definitely change that. Mohamed doesn't have to boost to really attack this play, and Unexpected has always been confident when they recognize that's the case. It has been a lot of game sense shown by Unexpected as a player who does appear to have a little bit less experience than their opponents. Mohamed doesn't pull off this beat either. It's another confident challenge coming from Expected.
Oh my God.
They came out against with those early, but from the cross to cross, Mohamed will close the gap. It's 8 goals equally split down the middle, and we're approaching the final 2 minutes.
Wow, color me surprised to make this game unexpected, because Unexpected right now missing out to Momo's sharp calculated plays. Did you see the way he was able to nip himself and put himself in that situation where he was confident enough to actually overtake?
Wonderful.
Unexpected That is 1 minute 30 right now. And Momo playing a much different ball game from his performance from the last one, where he was forced to actually wave the white flag, submit to Unexpeded here. And though Unexpeded is keeping the same level, it just feels like Momo has finally decided to wake up a lot more.
Yeah, definitely. Unexpeded, though, at that same level. And still challenge Mohamed. He has had deficits throughout this game so far, has been able to pull those back. It's been the most back and forth matchup of the entire day. Drops back down. Mohamed attempts to take back that premier spot, and it all comes off a very unfortunate crossbar for Unexpeded.
You just can't help but feel for Unexpeded here. He has been such a delight to see, but it's going to require a lot more than becoming a fan favorite, because Cubs actually requires you to be a great player in the lobby as well. And though he is very, very close, only a goal over difference between themselves right now, Momo, this is a very, very tense situation, because only one goal separating these two titans in this lobby right now.
Unexpeded. Left wall. That's a great first touch for control. The flip reset is popped early,
my God,
and
no
there's a mistake
way.
on the goal line. The lead is completely cut to naught. And in a moment where we thought we'd see mechanical excellence, it's mechanical disaster.
Well, wow. I'm gonna be a bit surprised, but Momo, you just don't make mistakes like these when the situation calls for your A game here. And Unexpeded just gave that one away for free, and it looks like that never even happened. 6-7. 30 seconds remaining, and it's Momo in the lead by 1.
Well, he's got that one Roman numeral in his name. Of course, the scoreline had to match as well. Still needs an 8th, doesn't get the flip reset. This definitely could still turn across. Unexpeded off the kickoff. Makes it 14 straight away. Do not count this game out. 15 seconds, even if we see one off the kickoff. My eyes are going to divert to the next. Unexpeded back to his own defense. 100 picked up, but it is 100 on the 50 for Mohamed. Back towards that left wall. The fake is good. Unexpeded, though, has full control for 0 seconds to deny with the demo. It doesn't land, and Mohamed decides to keep it up instead. From pitch to pitch, box to box, the game puts Mohamed on match points.
How do you make one of the worst situations you could be in, which is an eligible bump against you, collect that ball on the top of your hood, and then just score on the 0 seconds while freaking Unexpeded was right there trailing behind him the whole time, all working under pressure, because Mohamed, he is made of some sterner stuff.
Houdini-esque. Mohamed escapes being put to match point, and instead earns that accolade for themselves. 2 chances in game 4 at survival, and 1 more attempt to qualify for the top 16. It's not over yet. Mohamed has given it their very all in that 3rd game. Do they have enough for just 1 more 5 minutes of perfection?
Taking a breather. That's exactly what everyone needs in this current situation. Because right now, ourselves, we're all on the edge of our seat to see how Mohamed plays here. Because this series requires a lot from him. Unexpeded, though, has been playing incredibly, incredibly impressive. Beyond our expectations, but he's gonna need to beat out Mohamed in the final one, because right now the bells are tolling and the funeral call is right there behind Unexpeded.
There's a reason certain players have been at the top for so long. Unexpeded to cause an upset, doesn't get it underneath Mohamed. It's that can't quit attitude, it's that ability.
Oh my God.
To just mold an entire game back into your favor when all looks lost. The demo lands from Mohamed, and the first goal is achieved. 4 minutes and 16, still has plenty of Rocket League to be shown. And Unexpeded is that player to make the comeback happen.
Right now, Unexpeded looking for his first goal. Though usually he does score the first goals within a minute. There's that flick. Oh my god, he actually misses that off the bar. Out it goes again. He's instructs just back to the drawing board. And time to concoct a new plan here, because I don't know what he could do. But M7MD, Mohammed looking to save this one, clears it out. The second follow-up from him will have it a lot more closer than Unexpeded wants it to be, and some very awkward flicks that actually surrenders Unexpeded. He goes for the squishy save, and a sharp turn down will get himself to save here, and a second one too, but he's awkward on the recovery.
Back onto Unexpeded. In the one-on-one, Mohammed was facing away, gave him time to get back, turn around, and that front-footed play actually could put Mohammed in some danger. Unexpeded though didn't have the boost in the tank to punish. Instead, it's Mohammed's turn to punish their opponents forever trying to challenge. 2 goals to the good. Unexpeded delayed with any response, and it all came from perfect risk assessments.
That's Momo. Now with Unexpeded just flip-flopping around trying to get to that ball, and he does, collects it. Threatened with a bump on the back there from Mohammed. His time now with the ball finally. Has some connected little flicks there, and that one's actually going to flip it over. Maybe Mohammed can recover. No, he cannot. It's not enough. Finally gets himself with a goal.
2 minutes 57. In what has been another high scorer. But it's just the default over here in 1v1s. It's definitely the default over here in MENA as well. It's a very fast-paced nature. In fact, in terms of all the series we've had so far, this has probably been the slowest. Mohammed look for that moment to slow it down, take to the skies. No flip reset. Instead, it's another open net to Unexpeded. And from a 2-goal deficit, it's brought back down to Nord. Halfway point approaches. We're still waiting to really find a favourite.
And in this case right now with a tie and match point in favor for Mohammed, it's going to require an Unexpeded to play unpredictable. And going over a name change. Well, talk about unpredictable. What in the world was that touch?
Well, we don't watch replays in 1v1s, but that's one that I definitely would have wanted to watch back time and time again to just work out what Unexpeded was able to pull off. That's an early jump coming from, but Mohammed is completely read like a book. And now Mohammed with a very awkward spot. Falls to Unexpeded. Has the full area of the pitch, but on the cross angle. It's always going to favour the defensive side. Needs this beat, isn't going to achieve it. A response is required. More than just crisp defence from Mohammed, and it could come now. Off the ceiling, another pre-jump from Unexpeded bears fruit, and a counter-attack does as well. Goal 4, a doubled scoreline against Mohammed.
Well, forwarded to Unexpeded here. Will not be impeded by the presence of Mohammed, because right now Mohammed's presence has been dying down. He's done great to defend a lot, but just not enough really to start or stop the absolute monster that Unexpeded wants to be. He wants to unleash a lot more goals on his opponent's net there. That's a great shot actually from Momo. Soft little touches, but a lot more of these irritable bumps becoming common as time goes on right now. Sir Pig calls into question maybe the strategy is downtrodden. Maybe the strategy is just to go make sure that there's more and more contact. What a save from Unexpeded on the goal line as well.
Hope you are all well seated, because there is a potential game 5 to extend if this result holds. But Mohammed has thrown so many chances in the past 30 seconds. None have broken the line, and that's off the back of flawless defense. He's gotten the beat. He's gotten the 5th goal. Game 5 could be the surprise result.
Game 5. TRK also game 5 versus Rada. So now it is going to be very interesting to see how he responds to his opponent, because Mohammed, he's been dominating a lot, but he's also faced some very harsh losses at the hands of Unexpeded. In the midst of this right now, we can tell why Unexpeded, definitely one of the more unexpected names to see, but it's going to require a bit more pre-jump coming in from him. He takes it low, fakes it, goes for the mind game, exchanges blows. There's the goal from Mohammed.
We've seen him recover. with 0 seconds left on the clock and the ball on his line. 30 seconds is a head start his way. An unexpeded. Thought he had the misread on the corner. Demo doesn't land. The 50 isn't going to go towards the net. Instead, it's going to be the defensive corner. He needs to make an offensive play from this spot. Comes off the ceiling. Falls back down the power. Isn't going to be enough on the first attempt. It has to come from the second. It always seems to happen when Mohamed is the player on the ball.
What a way to bring it back. Mohamed there for the 5th on 5 seconds remaining. Maybe there's some hope here from Unexpeded to push this to game 5. It's
No
in the
way.
Air. He goes for the double tap. He's lost on the backboard. Momo will extend this into overtime instead.
And Unexpeded wanted the ball to fall to the ground. But Mohamed never drops the ball. Might have done on this kickoff. Needs to get a perfect 50, and that is so well done.
All that perfection in the execution of that save, though it looked like it was disadvantageous against him. Unexpeded now forced to defend this, and he's wasting a lot of boost to defend a very simple thing, and that is to stop his opponent right now. M7MD though, big mistake. He's coming to close to contact. He can't save it. It's over. Oh my god, it's 6-5. Unexpeded skins off of M7MD's car. The 50 exchange blow back, unfortunately forced M7MD away, and it is game over. 6-5. This will be forced into overtime.
And consistently, nukes have been dropped on our expectations heading into this series. We are going to game 5 to decide who will advance to the round of that very same number. Mohamed thought he had that comeback locked down. It was all up against Unexpeded, but it's still one final twist to add to the tale. And it is time for that very same game where dreams get shattered. One chance, one final 5 minutes. Unexpeded, what have you got?
Oh man, he's definitely got a far bigger resume now if he wins this game here, that's for sure, because a player that has hidden himself in the midst of this RLCS MENA 1v1 Swiss stage, because it's the first time ever. This is why we run an English broadcast, to highlight names like these that otherwise you just wouldn't really see if it wasn't, you know, you're not coaching or if you don't have time to watch RLCS 3v3. In comparison now, Unexpeded, incredible gameplay. This man has showcased himself to be a threat on the field, the likes of Rawaslight, the likes of Killiers, and definitely someone that should be able to hand himself right now. But not only that, but actually can join the conversations of 1v1 talent that we have not seen just yet.
And there have been so many tight battles in this series so far. But someone has to win the war. There is the first bit of bloodshed in game 5. And it does fall in the favor of the underdog.
Wow. Incredible. Incredible first goal from Unexpeded. Regaining back that possession. Try to slide off the sidewall. That actually gets it by an assistance that we didn't expect from the opponent this time. Big clear from Momo. Trying to keep this close and away from his own half. There's a threat of a demo that keeps Unexpeded at bay, but he's back for more. 1 minute already, and that is definitely a mechanical error there on his part. Momo looking for his time to execute this man. Like I said, when it comes to playing calculated, he is definitely masterful at that, but unfortunately it looks like that was well beyond his calculations. Quick there from Unexpeded, gets himself the second.
And this is exactly what you want early in the game. Just pick up as many goals as possible. Try and disrupt Mohamed before they find any pace, because you know how quickly those goals can come. The defense has been strong, but you would rather it was left untested. He will have an attempt here. It's a great challenge out early. Goes out towards that corner. Unexpeded will steal the boost. Mohamed will just take it on the opposite side. A full attack to go forward. No flip reset. Instead, just go straight towards the man. One target. Game 5, round 5. Unexpeded has to be taken down.
Well, you can call upon the member of the R8 there as he saves another scoreline to see if he can deliver that result. Another great flick Showcasing 2 can play a back game. If Unexpected gonna get a flick to get that second goal, so too can M7MD Momo. Another one to add on to it. That is now 2-2 for the tie. 3 minutes remaining. Only 2 minutes haven't been gone, but we've already seen such an incredibly close game between these two players. That's M7MD bypassing the tie to get himself another goal.
16 years of age is Mohamed, but he is the player with experience in this 1v1. And that is starting to show in the deeper stages of this series. Even from a 2-goal deficit, this player is eternal. Another bump to be thrown against. Has to quickly recover. Unexpected has just caught pace of this ball. And that's enough to bring it back.
Unexpected. Right now, it is a tied game. And this series is calling on for this to go beyond, well, what we expected. There's a kickoff goal from M7MD. There is 4-3. And 2 minutes, 43 seconds. I am just looking for any feasible way on how this game could end, but that might just be a kickoff goal. That's actually impossible. Oh, that is mean. That is mean. A recovering M7MD as he tries to drive this ball away from his net will be absolutely brake checked by M7MD for that goal.
Some players are mean, others are meaner. Nobu has been that representation in this playlist. But Mohamed is giving a very good advertisement for them to take that spot from the deficit, from the death in the elimination round. They have stepped up against some very tough, unexpected competition. Still 2 minutes to go. Those saves still have to be made. Extra goals might be required as well with how high scoring the game has been so far. And Expected will have that challenge. Will try to bump of their own, but the physical plays have all been Mohamed's thus far.
Look at that recovery. Tries to set himself for a shot to follow up those laxing. A little bit lacking on that front there. M7MD now got that big old gap. That's double the lead versus Unexpected. But again, an incredible save. Oh, so close there from Momo. He tried, but that's 4-6 now. 4-6, 1 minute 46 seconds. I don't think Unexpected's just right now out of the conversation just yet.
100 seconds. Going towards that double-digit time now. 2 goals needed. Potentially if 3 if Mohamed can find the back of the net. Not this time instead. Unexpected will be called to defensive action again. Squishy saves come through, but instead will feel the woe at the hands of Mo. 7-4 with just shy of 90. We've seen a late stage comebacks, but this would just be ridiculous.
I don't think we're gonna see it today. Unfortunately, he tried his best, but Unexpected just does not finish it off with a resounding win as well as he had started in comparison. No, he has made a name for himself now, and it will ring heavily in favor for himself here, especially for me who underestimated how capable of a player he is. Right now, this is looking to be a fantastic series overall, 4-8. And we begin to see for today who is the better player. Well, that's obviously M7MD, but Unexpected, though, now starting to be a more of a renowned player as future time goes on by.
Exactly. This is a two-sided result. Of course, Mohamed is likely going to get the advancements down the bracket and a shot at world glory in the 1v1 playlist. But on the side of Unexpected, with this being one of his earliest recorded competitions, he can use this experience to say that he held it close. He took the distance against a very established major contender. Still 29 seconds to pick up 3. A goal every 10 would be impressive. Stranger things have happened in this series, but possession falls towards the wrong side, and that is pure game management from Mohamed played as well.
5-8. Now this is his time to shine, as Momo now has won his game and cemented himself as a figure that will move on to tomorrow. It is 5-9, and for the winner, Unexpeded has decided to end this off. And actually, I believe there it is. There is the leave. Waving the white flag and still, well, she's taking it away there from Momo, who was actually the one last time to be waving the white flag. I guess it just changed hands this time, and Unexpeded the one to have left the lobby. And we're actually going to move quickly on as the prediction points go out to TRK's game versus Radha, I believe.
Yeah, that's going to be a crazy matchup to have in around 5. I mean, TRK being dropped to that spot, I believe, after the loss, actually, against Radha. But over here, Mohamed is also going to be in that very same spot. Not players that you'd expect to see so deep in the Swiss brackets. But, of course, the Middle East, chock full of 1v1 talent. Upsets can happen all across the bracket, and certain names like Unexpected are definitely going to be remembered for the upcoming season as well. If there's no one that is hitting this player up and asking to see how they fare in 3v3, you are crazy. You are absolutely crazy. Because against a world's contender and a regional champion, they held their own and more.
I believe he was definitely far beyond our expectations of what we felt like this game could go down to. Mohamed, though, while trying his best, he still was lacking in certain effects here, and that really happened because of overcommitting, because of his speed there, that sometimes actually counteracted a lot of what he wanted to play, and sometimes worked in his effect as well. So that just comes down to the typical 1v1 MENA side there. But looking at that group stage bracket for Group A, right now it is Dark going 3-2 versus Willie, 3-2 from Dr. Known, lost there against Nush, and Ops going 3-0 versus Bang as well. Lumber, thank you for the subscription on the Tier 1 legend. But in the meantime, that's the qualifications that it came down to. Mutter has won versus Afsal. Khajij has won 3-1, and Vaziz has won 3-1 versus Swizz X as well. So this Alam and Nemo will be the eliminations from that round, and the ones who have qualified are Ops, Dark, and Nush, just right within expectations to see. But the eliminations come down to Afsal, Swizz X, and Roomv.
And over on Group B, where a lot of our eyes have been maintained for the entirety of this stream, it's actually a Game 5 win for Trick to qualify, and we had expectations that he was going to make it to that spot, but that is a great performance coming from Fad. What we might have not expected is for TRK to get swept by Radha. Usually, you'd think at least 1 or 2 games out of him. Not going to happen this time to Gear. Also sent down to that 2-2 with Warden qualifying. But we have had some players to say goodbye to. That's included the likes of Sultan, Unexpected, and Tex. And I'm trying to do some of the calculations to see what is going to be the likely matchup in this final round. And I want to say that to Gear might be the player for TRK to face, but of course we'll wait for the admins to crunch those numbers themselves, because I definitely trust them more than myself.
Yeah, sometimes our calculations can be wrong. We made some wrong choices in the midst of this games that we've seen for today, and to be fair, some well within what everyone expected, not just ourselves, but we have seen some very, very inspiring results as the series has gone on by. But for tonight, it is looking to be a finisher here. But for Group B, quite the interesting thing to be seeing TRK still playing right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's had a very tough opposition to face the entire time. Of course, did not help themselves with forfeits loss over in the day beforehand. That resulted in Rawas being that first opponent in that 0-1. Of course, picked up that win versus Death. Then in the neutral, it was always going to be a hard matchup against Mohamed. Still, Game 5 was enough to advance to that 2-1. And then it just did not get easier, did it? I mean, I know how much you sing the praises of Radha. That's definitely a performance that's going to do the talking.
you don't let your skills, if you don't let your skills talk for you, well, unfortunately, those are going to be much bigger boots and much harsher boots to fill then. But Radha, at least, thankfully, at least for me, has been playing. And I said, so when it comes to the fan favorite, Radha is on the rise. And like we talked about Unexpeded as a player for some people to start, pulling their eyes upon. Well, switch your gazes to Radda for the future as well. So we will see on as this time goes by, but we will hopefully get the information about who is going to be disqualified or eliminated as round number 5 comes on pretty soon for all of us. But Sir Pig, we've had a riveting time here for today. When it comes down to MENA Open 1v1s like this, I don't think anyone expected the quality we were able to output for tonight.
Yeah, I do just want to give a big thank you to the MENA admins for allowing this to happen in the first place. It is, of course, not something that has been standard in the scene during this season. But to have the opportunity to give an English perspective to these broadcasts is something that I'm very thankful for. Not only, of course, as a caster who now gets to reap the rewards of this opportunity, but also as a spectator and just as a fan of the game. I believe that all of these emerging regions, I mean, you could argue that MENA nowadays is one of the major regions, should get that international coverage. And of course, English just seem to be that language that a lot of the world does understand. MENA had made their entire history from being in those shadows and then coming out and being shown to the rest of the world. And even today in the RLCS scene, it appears that is still the case.
100%. It was a very funny conversation having with one of the admins just prior to me being invited to Paris for the majors there just a couple of weeks ago. So I come back and I get a response that is a positive affirmation that we managed to get a full-on team stream here, and I was all the more excited to let you guys know for Redirect. And getting the management like this just to deliver a quality broadcast has been fantastic, and equally so having the honor of being able to cast some of our heroes from the region, the emergent scene, especially as you mentioned, them being a major region is definitely something that is a hot take for a lot of people. I think for some people would definitely agree with you there, but it still does take time to become up to the level that EU and NA still has, and superseding past MENA here. They're still working their best, but the culture behind the MENA side I wanted to bring to the limelight for so very long, especially in the English language, and thankfully we got the opportunity for today. And when it comes down to it, it makes it a lot more approachable for people to get some amazing content. And that just gets showcased that there's a lot more talent hiding behind the scenes rather than just what we've seen, especially in the Swiss rounds.
And Kalitz will be in that 2-2 round. Trick, of course, has already qualified, and I actually have a feeling that Kalitz might be the player we look at, but the bracket seemingly built potentially TRK versus Tifzu to be the matchup to follow. Of course, whatever TRK's matchup is going to be, we are going to watch it with very, very close eyes, because if that upset does happen and TRK somehow worsens that top 16 performance that they had during the 2025 season, that would beg the question whether this is just a weak playlist for a player who is otherwise so decorated in 2s and 3s.
That's the thing about 1v1s. It's a lot more merciless when it comes to punishing your opponent like that. And TRK, if he's not prepared to play a lot more ruthless than what his competitors have been showcasing, well, I guess it's just time for TRK to hang up the 1v1 playlist as a game mode that he can otherwise prosper in and make a name for himself. Because 2v2, he's definitely a very good level. He managed to make it quite far, and only actually ironically pulling quite ahead against the competition. But 1v1s, that's the thing about 1v1s, and I mentioned it, it is a lot more daring. You have to be bold, you have to be confident, and you have to be prepared even for the worst of circumstances. So it is demanding, that is for sure, but I think we've seen TRK can pull off those games. But just if he loses it out, that's definitely going to be a shock to me. And I think even for TFZU, who's going to be playing a very decorated player himself now.
And of course, for Rocket League fans, it would be nice at the very least to have that documented, even if it's something we do not necessarily want to see come true for him. Again, thank you for the permission to hold this broadcast. There is going to be a lot of pressure in that TRK camp, but it's been a pretty pressure-filled season overall for him. Of course, in Freeze there was a very notable roster change made, and with that he's definitely been called to action. But with every single test he has been given so far, he's been able to step up to the plate 1v1 though without the backing of his own teammates and just his own head to fight against. Definitely is going to pose just one final challenge in this RLCS season.
Yeah, it's gonna be a very, very interesting game, that's for sure. But alongside the seasons as well, we've seen RLCS 2v3, we've seen RLCS 1v1s, and now we've also seen RLCS 3v3s. That one's still incoming now after the big Paris Major. A lot more announcements and the progression of this game, but a lot more future writing on Rocket League now that there's a lot of big boots to fill, that they've promised a lot. And let's hope, just like the players have been wanting, that this game goes on to become a staple, not only in the esports scene as it has in the past decade, but also that we get to see more and more talent rise as time goes by. We've already seen that happen with M80s, with Life, and Mech, who have been making a name for himself as well, getting an assistance with a great player like Noli. But at the same time, it just continues to go to show that underrated regions like MENA, who have just managed to really make a name for themselves, still do and deserve a lot more coverage. Because if OCE has, of course, you know, CJ, well, we need more people coming in and giving some equal English love there. Even though they have fans on the Saudi side, I think EU and NA could do a lot more with understanding how the MENA side works as well.
Well, with some Swiss stage trickery to prevent repeat matchups, TRK's opponent has been decided. It is going to be the Twisted Minds player himself taking on Tisu on that opposite end. It is going to be, as per usual, a full Saudi Arabian matchup. We saw a bit of colour in the matchups beforehand, but this time it is going to be the pure 1v1 region in a very simple to explain matchup. You win the series, you achieve qualification to the top 16. Defeats will see you out the competition. The stakes haven't been higher. The competition doesn't get much harder for our orange side. But for TRK, there's definitely going to be much more pressure on their backs.
Yeah, it is a lot more pressure here, but it's elastic gameplay. It's fiery. It is going to be a spicy matchup here. TFCU has actually been quite the surprising player as well. Mind you, he's done very, very well for himself, but in round number 3, he lost to Fahad 3-1. He's managed to actually, funny enough, go 3-0 versus Tex, forcing Tex to be disqualified. And then in round number 2, apologies, he actually also at the same time lost to Trook. They're going 3-2. We've seen how good Trook is, right? Round number 1, he's had a little bit more of a unfortunate luck there with TFCU actually winning 3-0 versus Abdullah as well. So this is a player that has had up and down results. Forcing himself into round 5 is definitely within expectations now that he's had those up and downs. But Taruk as well, he's going to be playing against Khalid. Sorry, Khalid, different player. But TRK, it's going to require a lot more to beat a decorated player like we've mentioned already. TFCU, it is a lot of pressure, but can he rise up to the occasion?
And well, it's up to you in chat to decide how much of a favourite TRK is, with channel predictions already up. Maybe this will start to change your thinking. Already crossbar post hits from TFCU. Flip reset comes back across that crossbar. And it's TRK who'll get the final touch into his very own net. But that's off the accord of flawless pressurised offense.
Some fantastic starts already for TFCU. TRK, I don't know if he's lost his stamina as time has gone on by, but TFCU in comparison to TRK, it looks like a very tiring start, but round number 5, it does call upon the absolute mental strength. And I don't know if TRK's mental faculties right now are in full effect, because TFCU looks to be threatening him and hoping to tire him out as time goes by right now. TFCU looking for his third, would be blocked out by TRK.
But 100 boost. The ramp sets that ball up nicely for him. No flip resets off that occasion. Had actually 2 attempts so far this game, but I was surprised not to see go his favour. His position certainly isn't as front facing, but all boost lands for TFCU, allows 1 extra chance at net. A few spins just to make it a little bit nicer for the stream as well. But there will be no complaints at all from his camp about the scoreline.
Yes, now TFCU 3 goals, and he's already a very happy camper, but you just can't be sleeping on the job because TRK is right there. What a save from TFCU! Slaps it off the back. Oh, he nearly got the second one too! This is very impressive work here from TFCU here, but TRK right behind him. I don't think this series is over just yet. Wavdashikov comes in, neutralizes it quite nicely there, TRK, but rips right through him seamlessly. Is going to be TFCU hoping for a 4th goal.
Oh, but a respawn is there from TRK, so still had a little bit of extra work to do. Still got this one past the line. Plenty of letters to read, plenty of T's to catch up with. But ultimately, it's those numbers either side of the clock that matter. And those all fall in TFCU's favour. TRK, though, to try and shift the balance back towards the orange end of the pitch. He finds it in the back of the blue.
Now, quarter 2, TFZU here. Now looking for a opportunity for the 5th goal here. Is that wow? Just wow. TFZU. I don't know what's gonna happen, but it's been barely a minute here.
Well, thank goodness we skip all of the replays when it comes to the 1v1s. Otherwise, we would have been here for quite some time. We'd still be stuck in round 3 by now. TRK off that wall again. Another chance for a mechanical effort. This time the flip reset is all there. And it's 3 very quick touches on the follow through, which will pick up his 3rd of the game.
Now TRK looking for his 4th goal. He's been right behind TFCU, just lacking in certain factors. Oh, but not in shots. Great base from TRK, but equally so TFCU. How do you even try and read that? It is a crazy attempt, but it's already, he's back. TRK, he was being overshadowed by TFCU here in the midst of this game, but we've already got the halfway mark of this game right now, and within this lobby, TRK is only 1 goal over difference between his opponent. 1 flip reset, ground pitch attempt, that's a save there right now. TRK not giving any respect anymore to TFCU. Now that he knows how he operates, he's being a lot more aggressive, but TFCU's 1 final touch cements himself for the 6th goal.
And it was a good touch of that right wall, but I thought TRK would have just enough in the tank to recover. Turns out, position was completely in TFCU favour. And I appreciate the aggression he played with, because it's so easy, especially when you're playing against the calibre of TRK, when those leads start to dwindle, you can just be completely shrouded by that thought at the back of your mind of this is slipping away, the expected result is about to happen, TRK is just pure magic, this is all slipping through my fingertips. Instead, he's kept his composure and kept the fight up against the Twisted Minds player.
Yeah, now it's 6-4. Composure is definitely one part of this equation right now, but the math isn't just done computing just yet, because TRK looking for a 5th, and he just about able to slot it right over TFCU's head for the 5th goal. 6-5 TFCU now. He is hanging on by a very, very thin thread here. His goal line up in question with how consistent he has been, but now it just comes down to what he can do as he's up in the air. Ceiling challenge, and somehow TRK bypasses him to equalize it.
Well, we're never going to count him out. That would just be foolish. But TFCU has definitely given us a very promising performance so far. That pendulum continues to swing back and forth. TFCU takes it over, brings it back into his own favour. There's goal 7, but something tells me that this 13th will not be the last.
Not at all. I think it's only just beginning. 7-6 is quite the impressive scoreline for the first game in round 5 right now. But TRK looks like he's awakened. That might just be a goal. Yep, there's a tie again, 7-7, and I'm not even surprised right now. I'm not gonna lie.
Do we just wait until the final 10 seconds at this point? We're scoring every single 5 and struggling to really tell who's going to pick up the consistent pace. Here's the on the challenge. That one is just wide of a mark. Wants to cut in off the corner. Gets there in time. And it's a wonderful dish to make it 8. And as much as that is great, TRK has commonly responded in seconds. It could happen again. He will happen again. Off the kickoff. Oh! That is disastrous.
How did TRK miss that open net? He gets the save though. Likes that ball away, and at the same time adding some boost to that impressive list of things he needs, but unfortunately not going to get outdone by TFCU. Immediately powering that ball right through TRK, and for the 9th goal, we're nearing double digits already.
Finally, that gap has been extended, though. It has been just goals to the blue, goals to the orange, and that pattern continuing for quite some time. And now, even though TRK has pulled off an excellent flip reset shot past TFCU, there's still advantage on that blue side. It almost got tested on the kickoff beforehand, and TRK just couldn't get the job done. Doesn't have to worry about missing this opportunity. Instead, it's just a setup off their own corner. No mussy, simple flick is a simple save for TFCU.
Oh, he's up in the air now to TRK. It's going to be impressive enough to see if he can pull this off. TRK looking for the ball right now is going to be the biggest question. Can he get to it in time? It seems he can. Got to watch out for that instant shot from TFCU from the ceiling. TFCU all within his calculations. He was expecting it there. And that shot will be finished off on the goal line. It's a win there for TFCU for the first one.
Great lead to get against a player who has so much prowess at the international level. TRK's primary playlist, of course, being in the 3v3. There have been struggles over here in the ones, but even further than we could have ever expected. The only reason it was a top 16 finish beforehand was having to face the likes of Nush, followed by, of course, Rawas as well. Last time he was in that top 16 spot in 2025. And to believe that that was the floor for this player now gets challenged with the efficiency of TFCU.
Woo! Wow. It's going to be interesting. Now it just comes down to performance issues from TRK, because we've already seen the caliber at which TFCU can handle himself. TRK right now, though, the biggest problem from him, as you mentioned, a lot of that just really just came down to his weaker defense. It's something usually you wouldn't say for the like of TRK in any case. That's definitely one of his strengths. We've seen now that if you want to beat out TFC, you gotta be a little bit more smarter. I think TRK's biggest issue has been that big midfield control, which has been severely lacking, but his kickoffs, though, not at all in comparison lacking. In this case, he's going to go for a Doomsday dish shot there. That's going to go wide. TFC will save it, but the pressure working in favor for TRK, and it looks like he's awakening the sleeping beast there. That was TRK. TFCU, I don't know if he's a masochist, but it's going to be looking like he's going to be facing the other end of a beatdown right now.
This is like when Rawas faced off TRK. That was against TRK in that occasion. TFCU plays the fake, drops down. That's so awkward on that post. Still more work needed. And that is so unfortunate. We've all been there in the ranked games. Nice shot, nice shot, nice shot spammed. Not going to do well for the confidence. TRK at least doesn't double up on the jeopardy with the counter-attack goal. Instead is forced to reset, set it up all over again. But oh, that's going to sting the mental.
That really will, but to be fair, it's not like TRK is bereft of making any mistakes as well himself. Mind you, he missed a kickoff goal all because he just flew right past the ball. So, you know, be more critical of TFCU for missing that one. That would be hypocritical, but there we go. Finally subvert expectations, gets himself his first goal back.
And how much of a shake-up could this be to the very top of MENA? If TFCU pulls this off, has been a main events contended player in the past for MENA, has played in those 1v1 cash cups as well. There have been top 6 performances, but there is just a different taste that's going to be sweet in his own mouth if it comes off the back of TRK this time.
Now TFCU looking for another flick again, places that very comfortably top left bins, gets himself the lead, and he's manhandling TRK right now.
Still will be looking for the fourth foe. TRK has still had offensive chances. They have come aplenty in every game we have watched so far. And a few of those have, of course, featured TRK earlier in the stream. TFCU. That's a good job to shut down the first attempt. Call to action for the second. Flip reset's going to complicate that spot. The patience is there. That is pure poise and composure. But what more can you expect from the GOAT of MENA?
Well, they are right when they say patience is a virtue, and sometimes good things can come only if you're waiting patiently for that result to happen. In this case, well, DRK embodying that analogy perfectly. He's up in the air now. One reset off that ramp, and he gets himself an opportunity for the third. There's a tie, and he does so in style. Right as the timer hits that halfway mark of this game.
TFCU is no stranger to deep runs in RLCS of 1v1s. Could add another to their accolades. But previously, that was over in APAC with a forfeit defeat against Shadi to secure that top 4 spot. But to do it in your own home ground with MENA being that first seed for the 1v1 as well, that could be something special, especially against a player that everyone has looked up to.
Yeah, now it's TRK making that one down. Up in the air now, prepared for a touch. He's got that first 1-1 reset. And a sharp shot there with the wave dash. Unfortunately, will be saved by TFCU. Only 1 goal of a difference between them right now, and TFCU in the lead. Another still sharp cut off that flick. You can definitely tell TFCU's under pressure. A lot of that, he's heaping that on. He's not all stopping TRK. He's got that layer of a baklava, and he's hoping to taste the sweet nectar of victory with a shot like that. And that's true for the tie 4-4.
And for a long time, that idea of TFCU having the pressure was only just when we looked at the gameplay at hand, but emotionally, feels like he is all there. He's making a lot of the right calls at the right moments. It's just that TRK just has that extra sense of understanding to him. TFCU just keeping an eye on TRK, and it's because he saw prey in his sights. The bump wasn't enough to break through. It's back onto this back wall. Will take it across. 100 boost will be regained by TRK, but it's on the exact opposite of the pitch. Space has been given. Shuts down clashes on the infield. But this is still TFCU's ball to win, but TRK has that extra ambition. Brings it down, knocks it high. Backboard denies, and as will this control.
TRK, a player of his level. Oh my god! That was registered nearly as our goal. I saw so many pixels go black, darken on that goal line right there from TRK. That is just incredible manhandling of the ball. Keeping it out. TFC with an also reset won't be enough to surpass TRK's defense. And we've seen this man can pull out some amazingly miraculous saves. But right now, he's going to do a miracle himself, because TFCU's defense equally hard to bypass. No, we actually go. He's got the reset. Fixed it all. Oh, TRK!
A few unreal units of difference. The finest of angles. TFCU had almost tipped that one out. But TRK, for the first time in quite some time, holds the lead at a crucial point of the match. 25 seconds. The flip reset will carry it through. And that could be the decider for this game, and a reduction of the best of 5.
Wow. 4-6. TFCU. The far more harsher player in comparison to TRK, but the second game has seen that TRK, and as you mentioned, ambition is something that fills TRK every single moment. This man, ever since his introduction as a player, the absolute one of the GOATs of the MENA scene, but TFCU hoping to dethrone him. He can make it possible if he wins this kickoff. There's 4 seconds left. But right now, TRK will bump him away. TFCU recovers. He's off that side. Well, the initial jump too much, and he lost it. Maybe. Oh, it's over. Big mistake from TFCU. Oh, that was close. TRK will win by default of 1 goal of a difference between himself and TFCU.
It was just all the finest touches that made the change. I think of that final goal from TRK, which just broke through TFCU. He was knocking that towards the crossbar. And then right there on 0 seconds, the pressure got to TFCU. The imbalance in professionalism and experience at the highest level bled into the gameplay. And that has TRK back on top with some momentum to build upon now in Game 3. As Game 4 is guaranteed, we'll have to see who will have that spot with the match point favour.
Now, 1-1. We've seen how the middle of the series have played out for quite a lot of players. And especially for TRK, he tends to lose his mental around here. And in these situations where you need to be at your tip-top best, it really does require a lot more, because TFCU has been consistent. I would say in comparison to TRK, he's made a lot less mistakes. It just comes down to decision and speed, and TRK was just that much more better at being aggressive. That was the fine-tuning difference, and those are the small things that can make or break a game at this level. And we've seen on TRK at least get back, but right now TFCU, I still say there's a lot more he has to left to offer us right now. I don't think it's a done deal just to say TRK can win this one easily.
And well, you want to talk about strength of opposition, strength of runs so far. There has been a lot of difficulty, of course, on the side of TRK, having to play Rawasi, Mohammed and Rada on his journey here. Has resulted in a BU of 2. Over for TFCU, it's been -3. This is the first real big challenge that they have had on their run. When you compare that to the likes of Trick, who by the way is on a BU of +7, well, that definitely shows a little bit of difference in strength of competition.
It definitely does, but TRK and neither of TFCU any flout has got a shot again. It just consistently feels like we're watching two guns getting reloaded and loaded and shot consistently. There's another one. There's the laser TRK with his first goal after a minute.
First mag dumped. First minute ended. Is TRK after receiving his first win of the series. TFCU off the right-hand side wants to equal it, plays for a heavy touch to come off TRK. It did, but just the angle not favouring any offensive chances. TRK makes a great block, gets it over TFCU. The half turn has to be quick, but recovery was already there on the defensive side. I've been very impressed, actually, defensively from TFCU.
And that's the thing, he's done so well at making a lot of those more successful counterattacks in comparison to TRK missing the mark and spawns just in time to stop in the other corner. Also, sides here of these two areas of the lobby have been very much populated, mainly by TRK right now, hoping to make sure that the pressure sticks. And right now it seems like it might just be overturned. What a save from TRK though. Recovery here from TFC, causing the question if he can make an attack with low boost, but he can!
Ooh.
Yes, he can!
It's a great beat again, just to bring this one back onto a nice edge. TFCU felt the first cut of this third game. The retaliation was there, could pick up a little bit extra with that flip reset. TRK, wow! Slots himself in the back of the net, replacing the ball that looks like it was going to get there first. TRK from defense to offense, power towards that bottom corner. But it's a quick save from TFCU. It's another one straight towards the other end. This is perfect for the neutral.
Definitely the best of two worlds here when it comes to when they're exchanging blows like this, but TRK finally outpaces his opponent. TFCU's biggest mistake was his unfortunate recovery on the ground in the midfield, and he loses it out now. TRK in the lead by 1, but with 2 minutes 20 seconds remaining, the kickoff saved by TFCU. Clears it up high, not enough boost ready to make that. Furthermore, pass in the midfield here, one reset. TRK, I don't know how he got one of the softest touches. If I try to do that, that will rip through off the backboard and give my opponent a counter attack, and a swift one too. But here's one from TFCU trying to bump out TRK. He saved his flip on the ground, gets a long shot, and I think this might just be a save as the TFCU clears in the corner.
Just the greatest of all time difference right now for TRK. It's pure survival, but TFCU, for the underdog story, Can we even call him that anymore?
Not at all.
Oh.
Wow. Oh, no, no, no. That's not allowed.
No, it definitely isn't. And, well, uh-oh. The referee not happy at the sight of that. And now there is going to be a decision to be made on the admin side, especially because, I mean, I don't know what TFZU is thinking there, calling the pause when he's not the admin in the first place. Even if this was in a top 16 with referees in lobby, you just cannot do that.
Looks like a continue.
Yeah, it does look like exactly that, and well, at least it doesn't seem like any forfeits are being called at the least. There's definitely going to be some pre-turning called. I don't know who is going to look stronger off the back of that, but we will just have to see.
Okay, it looks like there was some sort of issue on DFCU's PC side. Even if we agree, I don't know what he's trying to argue with right now.
Rules being learned live.
And there we go.
Thank goodness it was on a replay. That could have been a lot more chaotic otherwise. Instead, this one will be allowed to slide. Usage reset isn't going to break past TRK. We're just going to ignore those past 30 seconds of drama and let the drama just settle with the pitch instead.
Yeah, let the battle commence, and so too the drama as well. It's going to be called into question, but thankfully TRK was prepared. Thankfully that pause happened in the midst of a break, as you mentioned. Another great flick, and unfortunately for TRK, it took too much time in trying to come back around, and that's already a goal here for TFCU, 3-2. I don't know if that momentum shift there might be the game changer, but right now for match point it's TFCU's lead.
The only controversy we're going to focus on is a potential early elimination against TRK. TFCU has found some pace into this third. But now back to TRK. He's had the boost stolen right in front of him, and TFCU will complete that robbery.
Wow, TFCU, call him a thief, that's for sure. Robbed us of the progression of the game, but also robbed us of TRK's comeback, because it looks like he's going to be looking to take and possess match point as well. Bumping on TRK off that backboard.
Wow!
That is a 2-for-1 deal here. Call that a discounted moment there from TFCU. 5-2. TRK, he's just getting slapped around this lobby right now.
I mean, let's take a moment to pause. I know we've had enough of that in the series so far. But TRK is down by 3 against a ones specialist TFCU after what has been such a tumultuous ride to this spot. Forced to forfeit in the day beforehand. Forced to play Rawas in round 1, and over here in 5 at the brink of death. The woodwork just doesn't want to go his way. Is this off the crossbar? Yes, it is!
Oh my god. That is just... wow, that is shocking. Shocking will probably be the least accurate word even for me, because that is disastrous for TRK. That could have probably saved him if it actually went in, but no. His hopes and dreams of a win here now with match point being under his name is not at all going to be reality. It's actually switched around. TFCU, the one to win, and he will let that ball fall calmly down to the ground and look like it might just be game over for TRK, because momentum has shifted really well in favor for TFCU here.
Well, the performance of TFCU against a Twisted Minds player has certainly set my head in a spin. This has been an excellent fight against, again, one of the best, arguably the best this region has ever shown. Of course, that's not been in the 1v1s necessarily, but there is still a weight to that name tag that most players opposite are going to feel, and TFCU just doesn't feel that pressure whatsoever. It was 15 shots for TRK. He scored 3 of them. The other 12 shots were on target and saved by TFCU. What a defensive performance!
All that working under pressure, this man is made of some amazing material, and I don't know if TRK in comparison, who's been a lot more malleable as time has gone on by, but in the midst of this series, as I mentioned, my point still stands. TRK, when it comes to the second game, always tends to lose it a lot more often than some people, and that's been his biggest issue. And even against right now, TFCU overtaken TRK only due to monumental mistakes on TRK's side, so it just causes a question: can TRK be consistent enough now coming into game number 3, or game number 4, apologies, to finish this off and push this to game 5, or is this complete shutdown and TRK will be knocked out in Swiss?
There is going to be no argument at the end of this series if it falls in the favour of TFCG, but this was the upset of not just the Swiss stage, not just the region, but potentially in the 1v1 section of the RLCS as a whole. Again, TRK not necessarily a one specialist. TFCU is, but there is just something about those 3 letters and 3 numbers that say they should just have that throne guaranteed for them every single time. The red carpet of the top 16 has been ripped up and TFCU will claim the fabric.
Wow, 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 wow. 2-0 already. It's been barely 30 seconds and TFCU looking to take this one home. This TRK getting blocked. And right now, big clutch up there coming in. TFCU looking for an opportunity. TRK will flick. Oh! Fake from TFCU. And that is through. 3-0 here.
TRK has usually been the one in control of the region. Now TFCU has control of TRK. An excellent mind game. Now trying to break it under on the 50-50. TRK still not going to be favoured in this spot. Ends up actually playing that pass back to now a fully equipped TFCU with space on that right wall. TRK has a decision to make. Do you challenge to the skies? Yes, he will. So TFCU will send it back low. Recovery is there from TRK. The shot is just about wide. And the follow-up has been disallowed. Goal 4. What more could you ask for?
Wow, again, I just can't stop saying that word wow, because it's just, you just can't help but stop being impressed every single time. Filthy play from TFCU, and the follow-up now, it looks like this man is here ready to shut down TRK. And oh my god, what a save from TRK as well. Sends that one right down to TFCU, forcing this one to his own corner. Now it's TRK waiting to see what he can push TFCU, but I don't think he's seeing an opportunity. There's no weaknesses right now, except for this one. Slotted off the backboard. Not the best follow-up touch, but the counter still there, right for the take at TRK. Oh, he sends an absolute ripper to the backboard there.
Those are the chances you have to take, especially when you're 4 goals down, especially when your opponent is looking at match point. The bump is landed, a goal eventually comes, but those are vital seconds taken off the clock.
Whoa, that's gonna hurt for TFCU. He was going for a positive record in the midst of his games as well. Mind you, this could have been a big shift in his favor here, but TFCU now 4-1. Now, looking for an opportunity. It's a lot more of a patient game from TRK. He cannot make any more mistakes, because if he does, it's all over. 4-1, one other shot.
He's been at the top for a reason. It's plays like that. Completely game-changing. And 2 goal deficits can disappear in a blink of an eye in 1v1. A chance for a third. TFCU gets that demo. Pick your respawn. It does not matter. It's poison wherever you land. TFCU extends once more, and TRK is behind on the foot race.
TRK definitely the last pick on the countryside, on the country runs here. One more reset, but when you want him to clutch up, he can. He's right there. Prepare for any moment where TFCU shows some sort of weaknesses, but this is right now TFCU, a player who is locked in, a player who's very capable of slotting and saving. Apparently, it seems as TRK again getting stopped. One more reset. How many resets does one man need? Well, it is for a shot like this. That's another one stylish there from TRK.
How many resets does he need? As much as it's possible to take on an on-form TFCU. He's tried so many tricks so far in this series. He's been brought so close to elimination. Another shot from deep. Has the power that's required. Just shy of the crossbar. This could be the moment that mutiny is called for against Saudi royalty.
Oh my god, it's not over. It's still 2 minutes. And the royal crown still placed high on TRK. But right now, though, it does call into question. As TRK down by 2 with 2 minutes remaining. Can he stop TFCU? He won't be able to stop that shot, though. Misplaced his timing on the challenge. And slots that one through. It's going to be TFCU with still 1 minute 45 seconds left.
Too close to call. Still in a state of flux. It is a fairy tale performance from TFCU.
Oh my god, what?
But there's a chance that this one doesn't have a happy ending. This was very awkward off the kickoff. As soon as there was a slight tap to brakes, that's when TRK decided it was a moment to pounce. 1 minute 37, only 2 goals to score. We've even seen 4 goal deficits recovered in this spot.
Now then, TFCU looking to stop TRK before he can progress forward anymore here. But that loading bar does show that TRK is right near the finishing line, trying to stop TFCU. That's a big, oh my god, what a save from TRK. Incredible defense again. A little bit more luckier than his previous runs on this one. But TRK right now, the speed's just not enough. As TRK now looking to stop TFCU. He's always so good at those manhandling the ball and forcing TRK into awkward situations where he's always on the back foot. There's the flick from TRK!
That's all yellow text on your screen. That's pure gold. TRK 511 pulls off a goal, brings this one back within 1.
Oh my god.
And now in the
oh
final 50 seconds, you've got to play your heart out. It's still not enough off the kickoff. That lead which TFCU has held for so long is brought back to an equal game.
Talk about bringing your opponent to their knees. It's TRK who's not overfinished. But he somehow skims that ball. Takes some big moves in the corner and clears a shot. Gets the shot. That's a goal.
Just too much. The slightest of forward rushes recognized by the experienced TRK. A double up would surely be a game over. It'd surely be game 5. TRK lands the strike off the ceiling. What a recovery. What a champion.
Absolute filth from TRK. A player shining bright in gold, playing dirty like this. Sometimes you just can't help but go to your basics, and TRK showing you how to do it, but it's not over just yet. 13 seconds remaining. It is 8-9, and TFCU wins that goal, but it's kickoff. No holds barred at all. That is correct, Sonar. Because now with TFCU regaining possession back, he's got 83. Slipping into the corner, then the midfield. Blocked out by TRK. I thought he was going to attempt to go for a psycho there for a second, but big stare from TRK. Oh dear God. Just landed in front of the goal line. Oh my God. Oh my god, what a series right now. 8-9 for the finisher of game number 3. So game 4, and this gets pushed into game 5. The crowds of both of these players still are hanging on tight. They're gripping it through. But TRK, what a fantastic performance.
No timeouts allowed at the Swiss stage. But in this best of 5, I'm sure either player would wish they had the opportunity. Heart rates at an all-time high. The pressure heavier than ever. For TRK, it's preventing a huge upset for TFCU. The moment was there. It felt like it was set in stone. But just slowly, as time went on, TRK started to chisel away, and then it was that one final ceiling shot to just seal the deal and send out one final crack against TFCU. It was 5 minutes that could have decided it. Now we've got one more.
I thought TFCU was made of absolute carbon steel, but I was wrong. I was wrong. It's TRK over here. He's made of vibranium. He's made of extremely tough stuff. He will not be outtaken by the likes of TFCU just yet. One more flick over his head, and he will strike first and draw first blood.
But there have been plenty of goals in the series so far. We'd be foolish to call it at the first. Pressure still on the kickoff. But for TFCU, it feels more paramount than the flip side. To make sure this lead does not extend, cannot close it from that chance. And instead, it's box to box, net to net. TRK will be the only one to break the goal line.
He's done it again. He's shown you why he's at the level he is. But TRK, incredible, what a delight. And there's the third goal as well. This man is ripping holes in TFCU.
Could this be the mental shattered? Was game 4 the one and only window of opportunity? Now slammed shut by Twisted Minds faithful. It could definitely be secured with a fourth to be added to the tally. TFCU instead recovers on that back wall. Defensive capabilities have been stress tested time and time again. This could be the moment to snap. Doesn't cut across that tough angle. Still needs to get that touch of class. There's the one they were looking for. The secondary vote just leaves a lot to be desired, and an open opportunity for TRK, which he doesn't take in quick enough speed. And now back to TFCU from the dev, does get one.
Yeah, that's one way to get a goal. They're cementing at least one, but looks like this building is still built on very, very shaky grounds here from TFCU. This is TRK who's looking a little bit more aware. This is definitely a TRK who is a little bit more prepared from last time. He knows what TFCU can offer, but right now he's hoping to cash out the check faster than him. There's his fourth.
Just shy of 4 minutes as well. Still to separate these two. Seen deficits be pulled back. We've seen upsets all across the brackets, and we've seen definitely trials with few tribulations on the side of TRK. This could be the ultimate response to escape the toughest scenario that he has faced since the kicking from Falcons. Well, TFCU isn't able to get that extra real blow thrown against TRK. Instead, one will come right back. Haymakers towards the net are blocked away.
TFCU now, one more reset. Sorry, TRK, who just loves the resets. This whole series has just been him. Name a better duo. Turk and his resets there. One more shot. He's looking for those goals too. There's the fifth. And he just keeps adding on and on and on to the repertoire of the scoreline we've seen today. There's the fourth to separate himself and TFCU. But with one there for TFCU in comparison to him and half the time left, I feel like it's all over. I feel like TFCU's mental has been shot down, just like his scoreline has. And I think it's all over right now. But there's still 2 minutes to decide that ending here, right now they're stripping.
As of now, I'd have to agree. I need to see a huge change in pace for TFCU to even believe that this game 5 could fall his way. TRK from deep, the coast to coast, has the reset. TFCU gets the read, but now an attack has to come quick. Find the target, of course he does. Never call these too early.
Never say never. Well, in this case, you definitely just cannot stop, but how about watching? Oh, this is like a car crash. It's a fatality. As TFC looking for a goal. Oh, he will find one. There's 3-5. In the past minute, we've seen an absolutely onslaught of shots here, coming especially in favor for TFCU. But with 2 minutes remaining, that scoreline that otherwise looked very impressive is looking that it's going to be endangered very soon from the likes of TFCU. TRK, though, coast to coast. Brings up pump, and doubles the scoreline versus TFCU.
You could just feel it as soon as he had that space in front, and the first pop reset was so perfect. But there was gonna be a goal explosion soon to follow. Just as TFCU was starting to find a bit of momentum, TRK halts him in his tracks.
But he's ready to be a hurdle there, TRK. There's another one. There's 7-3. And we are near to finishing this game all over right here, right now. Though it may not be as impressive as an absolute Brazil we have seen, TRK absolutely overshadow TFCU here. And that bounces off the ramp. Well placed for TRK to recover this, since that's a great first touch. Not really the air dribble or the follow-up flip reset he wanted, but TFCU now regaining possession. And he get that confidence back to go for a long shot. Yes, he will place it quite comfortably bottom right, and we get the fourth.
I just refuse. I just refuse to say that this game is over. TFCU has already superseded all expectations in this series alone. What's just one more push? TRK anticipates TFCU's taking that low. He is just in such a flow state. He's read every single play that TFCU has gone for. It's a great pounce as well in the corner. Might seem risky, but TRK still fancies the challenge. Wastes a lot of time as well with this play completely slowing down. We mustn't forget that 1v1 does leave a defending team outnumbered when you're in the final 40 seconds.
Now, TRK still not gonna stop the FCU, an objective he's very successfully managed to complete here. And there is gonna be, there we go, there's the 8th, and it's GG's.
Likely. Very likely. 31 seconds even for TFCU, who has definitely had a lot of feeds so far in this game. This feels like too much to handle. As that's the 3-goal difference still with 27 seconds. I need one more kickoff to be convinced. Can he give me exactly that? No. That's back to his own corner.
TRK blocks it in the corner as well. Taking it back, I think he's hoping to wind the seconds down now, and it's very precious seconds that it's all over for him. 5-8. 12 seconds remaining.
Oh,
Will be the goal?
TFCU.
No, it's all over. TRK showing you the levels you need to be to pull off a reverse sweep like this. It's all over. Congratulations to TRK. He will be the winner as he slams it off the backboard, falls on the ground. It's game over.
The siege at the castle of TRK is finally subdued. He maintains his crown. He maintains his spot in the top 16 of the Middle Eastern region. This might not be his best playlist, but still, in what is arguably the strongest region the world has to offer in terms of 1v1s, he is still of that very same pedigree. TFCU, though, a name to be added to the radar for future competitions. There will be no further opportunities in 1v1. Just one qualifier to decide, maybe in 2027.
It's gonna be a whole nother year to wait, and I don't know if he has the patience to do so, but that is the GG's. Congratulations. And we are finally done. The final winner to be decided. That was the final round as well, and it is all over. 4 hours. 4 hours of pure Saudi MENA RLCS 1v1 content there, Sir Pig. How was your first introduction to this?
Oh, it was great. I mean, I have done MENA before with RLCS in the last season, and actually with this stream it marks the second in a row in terms of seasons where I've done every single region, and just like my last little trip to MENA, it has delivered yet again. And I mean, that is shown on these group stage brackets as well. Here's how Group A looked. Unfortunately, didn't have the time to really chip in on this side with just how the brackets had lined up, but over in that 5th round, Dr. Known isn't going to be making the top 16 after a Game 5 defeat against Willie. Is another Game 5 decider with Bang getting themselves qualified, and M6R also denied the chance at a main event. That is a huge shock.
It truly, truly is. That is just a circumstance I wasn't expecting to see at the end of all of this, but wow, fantastic players here from the Group A side. It's Nubo, FBI, Ops, Nush, Dark, Willie, Bang, and Kajij. And for the Group B side, the qualifiers come down to Killiers, Rawas, Radda, Fahal, 506, Warden, Taruk, TRK511, and of course Diggear, who actually managed to defeat M7MD in game 5 of round 5. 3-0 from Turuk, and of course, what an end to, unfortunately, the hopes and dreams of Sultan, Tex, Unexpeded, Death, Abdullah CU, and I Khalid.
Just want to point out there, Trick, with that qualification, marks a 6 BU score as his final result, I believe. It's going to be around that number. It depends if he played any of the likes of TRK, TFZU, Tigir, and Mohammed, but at the very least it's a 5. At the very highest, I believe it's an 8 or a 9. So either way, with one of the toughest 1v1 runs that you could possibly get in this Swiss stage format, he still has achieved qualification into the top 16. So just because it's a round 5 quali, do not underestimate the strength of Truk on that next weekend when he does get the chance to fight against the top dogs again.
Not at all. Never count out the TRK. Always place your bets on those 3 letters. But we've seen those letters always recounted, like the likes of Rawas, like the likes of the other members here for today. We have seen your talent taken to the spotlight here for tonight, but that will be it from that side. Actually, Group B and Group A finally seeing it done. We've had a very long evening here, isn't that right there, Sir Pig? And we're gonna have an equally long evening tomorrow as well.
Yes, we do indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been an absolute pleasure to be alongside Ground Zero. Of course, producer Hazza and Observer Raids as well for this broadcast. This has been one of the most unbelievable Swiss brackets I have ever seen, but MENA just knows how to deliver. And with that, it has been such a wonderful time, and I do hope to return again as well. Unfortunately, GSL is going to be on that next Thursday, so we will have to keep our eyes peeled to see how that main event goes. But as for myself, Sir Pegasus, and Ground Zero here on the desk, this was thank you all and good night to those in the MENA community. I hope to return for another one of these streams later down the line, and Ground Zero, I know that you will always be around the block over here in the Middle East, North Africa. Is there anything you'd like to say before we close out?
I want to give a massive shout out to Blonde Monkey, the regional admin, who's allowed us to actually, honored us the opportunity to cast this and allowing us the opportunity to host this completely on the channel, giving us complete reign and total control, but within the rules and the confines of the RLCS broadcast. And as we have hopefully met expectations here for today, and I hope they actually loan us out to work more for the English broadcasts of the emerging regions like MENA, like for Sam, and we've had an amazing time. Thank you all so much. Once again, I really want to give a warm thank you to both yourself, the Sir Pig, and the Redirect GG side with Hazza's production and Raids for the Observer. They have done an incredible job. We have seen some of the best plays here for today. An amazing this stage, and I couldn't be more honored that it happened on our very channel. That is it for us today, everybody. That is it from myself, Grelder, your host and caster for today. RLCS 1v1 MENA. We'll see you on DSL Thursday for tonight. But that is it from us. Good night.